trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. The pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the piece where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back.
just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Why do I want you back? Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Hearts that coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. That coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you.
Hello and welcome to the 19th edition of Dust2IN Masters. I'm your host, the man behind the words that you're about to hear for the next couple of hours, backpackbrain. Happy to once again be bringing you all the action, and we've got a jam-packed day of Counter-Strike ahead of us today. God's Reign are back, but it's not a clear-cut path to the title. Once again, they've got a couple of strong teams to fight for in these semi-finals and in the grand final subsequently to that, but before we get into God's Reign, of course, we've got a more pressing match in front of us. The match of Starboys versus Flshbck Gaming, or Flshbck Gaming, if you're to believe the name value. So, we've got a interesting substitution here. The winner of Extremesland Asia 2024, Osama, is stepping in to Flshbck Gaming. With his experience and firepower, no doubt this would be a huge boon for the roster, and we've seen Osama's frag out in stellar form in this tournament before. So, very interested to see what Flshbck Gaming can provide with that substitution. And of course, on the other side, Starboys, at this point, sort of a known quantity, have been able to play close, but have been known to fall flat as well. So, it's a matter of whether they truly have what it takes this time around to make it the grand final again. And I'd be very, very interested to see whether they would do that. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we've got God's Reign and Victorious Sumus, another set of rosters that we're very, very familiar with. Now, Victorious Sumis, of course, would be looking to get revenge on God's Reign for the many, many times that they have not been able to triumph over them. Well-known players, Arakin, Champ, of course, Benzene, Recall Master, and Razor. At this point, we have seen them play together for quite a while now, so it's now or never to start putting up more consistent results and to actually perform on this tournament. Now, they're not going to have an easy challenge in front of them. God's Reign have, of course, been consistently dominant here, but it doesn't mean that there's zero chance of the result panning out. So, as well to note, the only team that has a Valve ranking is God's Reign. So, very interesting to know what could potentially be going on. Will God's Reign continue to climb the rankings? I don't believe that this tournament is Valve ranked. I do think that this is also just for experience and for that prize money. But nevertheless, it is still a very important event, especially for the regional determination of who is going to be best in the region. Now, when it comes down to my predictions, of course, we've got God's Reign taking that semi-final on the other side of the bracket, which we will not be covering, as we anticipate being able to cover God's Reign in the grand final, as has often been the case so many times. And for Starboys versus Flshbck Gaming, it's hard to bet against Flshbck Gaming, who is, of course, from the last time around, grouping up the roster of August that showed up here before. So there's no reason to believe that Flshbck Gaming shouldn't have the team synergy. With the substitution of Osamis, they should have the individual prowess, and that being the case, I find it hard to predict for Starboys, who at this point have played with this roster quite a few times, and I don't really know how much better they can truly get. HF, Angel, we've seen good clutches from the likes of Bloody and Sharpshooter, but I don't think it's really gonna push the needle in terms of which team is going to triumph in this matchup. Now, when it comes to Flshbck versus God's Reign, we end up with sort of brains versus brawn, team-wide distribution versus how much can Osamis really put forward, and what's the individual floor of the rest of the team of Flshbck. If you're asking my honest opinion, I do think that God's Reign should be taking it, but depends on the map pool as well. We could be seeing individual dominance on maps like Dust2 and Ancient, and maybe even Anubis. I can see Osamis barreling it down mid, taking the game into his own hands. And with the LAN experience as well and the reps that he's been getting individually, it's hard to really predict against his individual form. And if this continues to be the case, if players with individual skill continue to be substituting into this tournament, you start having to ask the question of, how much more practice as a team do teams like God's Reign actually need to start to match up well against that individual prowess. And, it's sort of a mirror dynamic, the likes of which we've seen internationally with teams, historically Asian Counter-Strike, and now with the Mongols as well, being in relatively recent history being unable to take down superstars like Zaiwu, which is of course a far cry from the kind of Counter-Strike that we have, but the principles still matter, and I think that you're going to see it play out in a similar way, the development, at a different sort of scale. I think it's a conversation worth having. So while we're waiting for the map video, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many surprises. Last time around, it was, of course, the August to triumph, but Starboys did have a bit of an issue with the power last time around, and I think that was what led to that forfeit, but it was a relatively close game up until that point. It was a Mirage, Ancient, Anubis veto last time around. I think we'll probably see the exact same Mirage, Ancient, Anubis. But either way, I think the maps do favor, now that Osamos is on the side of Flshbck Gaming, I think the veto doesn't matter as much as the individual confidence from Starboys. And it's also a mental game as well. How many rounds can you lose to clutches and, entries before you completely lose confidence? Or on the other side, can you bounce back from those rounds and still showcase your skill as a team? And I think that's one of the other questions that we're going to get answered today. And so while we wait on the veto, we've already seen Train and Inferno get banned out. And we're waiting on the rest of the picks. I expect to see similar Mirage, Ancient, Anubis, maybe even in a different order. We could see a Dust2 pick now to try and throw a bit of a curveball into the system. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's all about starting on the right foot as well. And knowing whether you're going to start on the CT side and T side, which way the coin flips, which way the needle falls. Either way, I'm excited to see, because even with the substitution, there's actually quite a very strong team inside of Flshbck Gaming. You've got Revan, who, of course, from God's Reign fame, is now trying to build his, individual skill, maybe even build reputation back on this team. You've got some experience on the side of McGill's. You've got relative skill as well, and Defaulter and Clouder, no slouches either. And then, of course, we've been saying his name enough. We don't even need to mention it. On the other side, you're really looking for Bloody to really pop off. Now, if I'm reading this right, there could be a roster substitution on the side of Starboys as well. Or it could be me misreading the situation. Or it could be a face-it name that doesn't match the player that I'm thinking of. It's always an interesting conversation about usernames and face-it names. I mean, maybe this is not the platform for it, but while we've got the time to discuss it, the limited length of the face-it username still irks me, as, my username, it doesn't fit. But that aside, we see a nuke ban out of the second round of bans, and then, of course, we'll probably see, between Dust2IN, Mirage, Ancient, and Anubis, two of them have been picked, one of them has to get banned. It's honestly, roll of the dice where this one ends up. And either way, we'll be very excited to see it. So, as we finalize the veto, let me know, what kind of maps would you like to see if you're here and you're watching? What variety in maps and map picks would you like to see if you're a regular here? Because I do think that there needs to be a little bit more variety in picks and a little bit more of that, punish pick mentality. But maybe it's a build from the ground up sort of situation. Maybe you need to start with the underdog mentality. Maybe you need to build up your core 4, core 3 maps, and then you can start getting into the dubious maps. You start getting into your nukes, your trains. But now that Vertigo's out of the picture, I'm surprised that we don't see train more often. Especially here, where you could easily go for a train pick and then potentially surprise your opponent beyond expectations. But we will be getting into the game shortly. And as well, on the other side, God's Reign, they've got their own reputation to defend. How many times they've won here is almost uncountable. I believe it's has to have been more than 10 at this point. Now that we're on the 19th edition here, covering the domestic regional scene, the South Asian dominance may have come to an end now that we've seen, internationally experienced substitutions here and there, which is, it's the trade-off that we often talk about. And it's nothing new, because back when True Rippers, of course, was playing with that core, you had AWPers like Daymake and Anastasia as well in more recent history. So it's not as if it's something new to have substituted players from other regions to try to inject experience and firepower at the cost of maybe team synergy or, team environment. But in previous times, I wouldn't say it's necessarily worth it. But of course, we do see Ancient, Mirage, Anubis, and Map 1 will indeed be Ancient. So we're excited to see it. So as soon as Ancient is live, we will take you right there. We are live, I believe, with the pistol round of Flshbck versus Starboy, starting on, of course, Ancient, which is the pick of Flshbck Gaming. Welcoming to you to our semi-final, our first round of the day. And it's a pistol round straight off the bat. So, already we see the smokes blooming on the B-bomb site, but not an instant commit. We see a cave player, of course, CT spamming through the smoke. They won't be given any quarter for now. Playing all behind, going for perhaps a boost here. We'll see what they can see. Bloody boosting over, but no vision. The bomb goes down and the T's are allowed to retreat. So it's a 5-on-5 post plant. No utility to speak of apart from one single flash on Revan playing for that post plant. We'll see what the play is. As they encroach upon the side, Osama's goes for one, gets 1 for 1, and McGill's trade. So it's still a 2-on-3 though, as the CTs end up getting all those frags. It's Power of a Star holding that one as his teammates come for him. Default has got to get this clutch. Power of a Star gets off the defuse, and Default's a 1-on-3 to close this pistol out. Flshbck will be thanking him for that impact as Starboys. Nice retake attempt on that pistol. Great spacing as well as trade frags, but it comes on the shoulders of Defaults, and he shows up when it really matters the most. And so this will just be a light investment. Just a deagle or two. We'll see what Starboys can get done. A couple of pot shots being taken here, but the spam through the boxes should seal this one, and Osama is opening the fray. All eyes on Osama right now as a substitute player, and of course the individual skill that he should be showcasing throughout this best of 3 is what we really are focusing on. Well, we might have a little bit of a pause as things get worked out. No big deal, of course. Interesting to see what potentially could change, especially, you know, now that we're putting a bit of a closer eye on things. You got the FAMAS change, what dynamics that shifts for the CT side buy already. We see 2 FAMAS, 3 M4A1S, no M4A4, considering the price equality now with the M4A1S. It's still been the M4A4 sort of lagging behind when you compare the purchases, and I think that's just a lot of smoke spam and, you know, positions is just different. And also everybody is used to the M4A1S now. You don't want to ruin the muscle memory if you were sort of relatively equally matched with both guns before then. Although now the A4 is probably still better in a lot of situations, especially if you're trying to hold against a big rush. Maybe if you're holding the B bomb site of Mirage, for example, you probably want the A4. But you know, we're playing Ancient right now. If you're maybe the cave player and maybe the side anchor, maybe the rotators keep the A1Ss for long range and, you know, pinpoint accuracy. There could be something there, but you know, there's a deep conversation. It takes a little while for the data to pan out, so we're still waiting to see. Now, utility-wise, we do see the FAMAS allowing for a lot more investment in that regard. But 4 smokes on the CT side. Interesting to see that Sharpshooter doesn't actually buy a smoke, opts for the molly instead. Although the Molotovs are very necessary, especially when you consider the value of mid-control for the ancient fight. That's the thing to keep an eye on as well. Who's throwing those instant smokes as well on the either side, throwing the instant smoke to block off the red room and window peaks, throwing the instant smokes over towards elbow in mid. We'll see how aggressive Starboys want to play this. Looks like McGill's should be back. We'll be getting into it again. Oh, maybe not. Then again, I think it should still be a relatively quick resolution. Maybe a little bit of an economy needing to be reset. Still ironing things out. But Flshbck, they did pick this map, and Defaulter will have gifted them that pistol. It was a fantastic little play there, especially getting Power Buster off the defuse. Now, this core Star Wars lineup has been together quite a while at this point, so it's not really a surprise. And it's a matter of how long can a team stay together before making substitutions and new players, or can they stick together and find new heights as a team? I mean, personally, I would like to see more cohesive team play, considering how long the team has been together. But, of course, that's neither here nor there as we get into round number 3, the gun round. As noted previously, the FAMASs, or the FAMI, depending on your preferences, are back. But no mid-fight for the T's this time. It's just a little bit of a, feigning of presence. Instead, it's going to be towards A, and Angel is going to be the one facing it. Now, he's got a smoke and not a Molotov, so if he drops the smoke, they're just going to go straight through it, depending on the pace of the T's behind it. Now, there's no SMGs right here, and he's not quick on that smoke. It looks like it will indeed... Oh, never mind. He's throwing it just in time for the acceleration to potentially be stopped, but they go through it anyway, and McGills gets that entry straight onto him. Angel goes down, and Sharpshooter's gonna get transferred. He does get 3 kills holding behind their default box. Molotov not there until it's far too late, and Ember's gotta pick up the pieces. So 1-on-3, yet again, after Flshbck Gaming, and honestly, that's just a little bit of a protocol error. Accelerating on that smoke, but not yet planning that next step of, you're gonna tick all the boxes if you're gonna go into the bomb site. And I can tell that they were sort of between two minds of sometimes you just want to catch them off guard with the pacing, and your window of opportunity is very small, and the kill was there. And realistically speaking, somebody should have traded that frag. Sharpshooter getting all 3 is an anomalous occasion, but fact of the matter is it did indeed happen. And indeed, a timeout right there is probably in order, because you can sort of tell somebody needs to rein in control of that call, right? The defaulter, of course, being that caller on this side. Figuring that one out. And this time goes for a little bit of a pick while the utility blocks him off. There might be a bit of a mid-crunch in here, though. Osama's trying to be that sharp edge of the offense. It'll be a 3-man encroachment onto mid, just slowly scaling up, going through perhaps your own red smoke, or rather waiting for it to fade. Already 1 kill. Pava and Sharpshooter now both down. And the regress from Bloody is a little bit desperate, as well as the mid regress from Angel and HF. Resmoke comes at a fairly good time because the door smoke is, of course, not going to be of any obstacle. And HF clears out mid, not at the cost of nothing. His teammate goes down. So now it's a 2-on-4. Bomb should be able to find a clear path somewhere. But if Bloody just gets it, on the timing, he spots the bomb. Bomb goes down. Nobody there to trade. So now a lot of information, a little bit of chaos. But HF going down should still seal the deal. They know where Bloody was. Now, will they have expected him to rotate? It shouldn't matter the placing, and the trading should be good enough. Revan and Osamus, one of them should get the kill between each other. They're all here, but there's no trade. It's not an instant trade at all, but they double pick him afterwards. An opportunity was there for a moment, but it's going to be hard to slip one by Osamus, especially with a peak like that. You saw the instant headshot. You can only imagine what it feels like to be on the receiving end of it. And Flshbck put together a relatively cohesive round plan. Starboy almost had it fall right back into their hands, but not to be. Now we do see a Mac-10 come out. McGill's there just ready and waiting to farm up some money. All eyes on him is... Oh. Perhaps never mind. Dinked early on. Hold on a second. Things are getting a little bit too messy. And they still haven't untangled this little stack here. That Molotov should do it, but Bloody, it spread to him, and that's an unfortunate... Oh, he still gets that kill! His crosshair had the right idea. And HF does get a 1 dig down ramp, but it would have needed that one to even make it possible, and doesn't pan out. That being said, McGill's is low. McGill's is the player that he has to face, and he gets that kill. He accelerates onto the one player. Oh, one shot, one dream. It doesn't pan out. HF making it far too close for comfort. 3 frags with that deagle on the bomb site. And these rounds have just been so close that Flshbck still haven't built up a huge bank. You can see they're still making concessions. They're still buying down to 0 every single round, which means that Starboys can still come back into this, despite the fact that it isn't that easy for them nevertheless. Now, Angel does have that AWP. The question is, what is his plan? What is he going to do with it? It's a 3-man CT mid-focus to start us off, and it's going to be a bit of a contact as well with Bloody. We'll see what can be done. And Sharp gets caught in the cover with his teammates. There to trade. HF gets 2 coming through elbow. That smoke just obscuring the vision for long enough. But Revan's trying to trade. He's trying to force it, but he's also being pushed from shelf. But Blood doesn't check below him. Frag got him, but position revealed. There's still a little bit of a kerfuffle going on, but McGill's into that A bomb site, lurks out and catches Angel off guard. It's a 3-on-2, and they clear out the mid lurk. Revan's dead. They don't know where the bomb is, and the bomb is making its way down, but they should be hearing this. They know the presence. They've seen the bomb now. It's a matter of whether they want to push it. It decides they're going to push it together. It's all revealed. Ember, this frag is what decides the round. If he goes down here, the round could be over, but he takes care of business dancing around that pillar. A little bit of a taste of chaos there as players sort of take turns catching each other off guard. McGill is lurking into A while the mid fight is going back and forth. Revan catching one off guard and then himself being pushed through lane, through jump up or shelf, whichever you prefer. I think I'll call it a jump up because that is, you know, it's the classic. So you see, when Revan with that Mac-10, and this time it shouldn't be, I was going to say it shouldn't be that hard, but the Deagles just seem to be finding every single frag, every single time. HF not even asked for this time. And it looks like they could have actually asked for him, because now it's a 1-on-2. Angel's got armor and a 5-7, but tries to go ahead of the smoke and is punished for it. And these rounds have been close every single time, but at a certain point it stops mattering whether the rounds are close if you just can't win one and take it into your own hands. And so 6-1 goes the scoreline, and we head into round 8. And the guns return. no AWP needed for Flshbck, of course. Revan perfectly capable on the rifle, should he so choose to be. And again, a heavy mid focus for Starboys. It's been a late mid play every single time for Flshbck now that they've got the hang of it. And this time McGill's will not be having any funny business. He goes down through the edge of that wall right there. And now the mid focus is retreating to A, and they've got the right idea because so are Flshbck. The second layer of this offense and the re-aggress. Revan gets 2. Hold on a second. How did that end up playing into Flshback's favor? And why did Starboys re-aggress into main unprompted? We may never know. It looks like they were sort of hoping that it would be free real estate, that they wouldn't be gifted that opportunity, or they would be gifted that map control for free. And when they saw resistance there, it sort of caught them off guard. Now, Pava's got the right idea, but the nade will tag him down to half health, and one close, he still gets the frag. Now it's a 1-on-3 that he's been tasked with, or a 1-on-2 since the kills already come down. He's got a flash, he's got a kit, but he's on low health, is vulnerable to the spams, and that first frag doesn't go his way either. So it's the 7-1 scoreline, as Flashbacks look like they're good to convert on that map pick, showing us why they chose it. And if I had to put a finger to, you know, what's causing Flshbck to continually win here, everybody's pulling their weight, of course. I think it does need to be said that there's no liabilities on the side of Flshbck for now. Osamas is getting key kills, and Ember is preventing sort of the ecos from going out of hand. He's always at the back line, sort of avoiding issues. And McGill's on the Jaguar position has been good for one more than not. Now, he picks this one up here. It is a low buy round, but these kills are important in securing the round. And well, Andrew might get one here as he tries to flank. It's a matter of timing, and Ember's... Look, once again, I call it out, and it turns out to be true. Ember is just very solid in these lurks, getting the kills on especially low buy players. And you might call it eco kills or farming frags, so on, so forth. Fact of the matter is those kills are necessary to win the round. So Starboys is still going to have to find a solution. 8-1. Very little time to come up with a respectable half here. We'll see what the AWP can do. Last time we saw the AWP, it did pretty much nothing. And so Angel will be looking to improve upon this 1-9 scoreline. But the smoke has been cancelling him out the entire time, and he's not playing through it. He's instead rotating every single time, and his teammates are going into this mid-fight to just die. HF and Sharp just get taken down. Andrew does get one frag, but he's immediately traded by McGill's on that A-lurk. And now it's bloody forced to make a play, but it's so easily readable. I'm not sure what the mid plan is for Starboys here. It seems like they want to push 3 in, but Angel doesn't... Oh. Pava gets that frag. Right click on the knife and switch to the gun. It's a miracle that they didn't go the other way. But he's reloading, and that should be his demise. They got 3 towards mid. The AWP is a little bit too far behind, and the instant smoke smokes him off. But instead of playing forwards, which, you know, you can really do, you can go towards Cubby with the AWP in middle, and you can hold that line, or you can watch jump up in lane playing from Donut. Instead, what Angel is doing, and it did work for one frag this time, but the mid battle is what's losing them these fights time and time again, or these rounds. Is perhaps pushing with his team through mid. If you're going to commit to 3 mid, you may as well go all out on this. But that being the case, they're full bought into the second last round. It looks like it's going to be forced buys until the cows come home. And Pava doesn't see anything. He hears and he sort of senses it. Meanwhile, this A main push is sort of the bait and switch play. Angel, he accelerates way too fast. His position was not noted at all. For no reason, he gives up his position and just dies. And the A bomb site's clear. Sort of, I understand the instinct because his teammate was fighting, but sometimes you just have to bait your teammate to try and get a better position for yourself. But it is a precarious position. Even if you turn to your left and get the frag, you're going to die to the player on your right and vice versa. You're never gonna find a pure comfort frag with them looking away from you. And now HF is noted unlikely to be able to save, although he would love very much to be able to do that. And this is just a demolishing Flshbck versus Starboys. I mean, it is that map pick, but I don't think the map really mattered that much on this one. It's just the individual dominance from Flshbck alongside the key areas of the map being lost time and time again, because it's not as if they've been necessarily going B at all. And Ancient, at times, people can call it the B simulator. Just execute onto B, you win that ramp fight. But it's been kills towards Jaguar, it's been kills towards mid, and this time they do commit 3 towards mid proper because there's no AWP. And Angel is instead tasked with pushing through. It's Pava who goes down on that ramp trying to do something cheeky, but it's just red every single time, and Bloody gets one. Keeps it a 4-on-4, looking for anything to salvage at all, but the bomb is alone. And Revan is sort of trying to appear bigger than he is, but the bomb now spotted should, you know, if you're trying for a win condition, it should be Sharpshooter just rushing this bomb straight down. And he does get the frag, but Default has been cleaning up the mid aggression. Well, it looks like Sharpshooter is just not ready at all for the final player, for Ember, who's been constantly cleaning up these frags, playing outside of the pack, lurking and doing it well. And really, we're just looking to see if Starboys can give us anything to believe in looking into the next map. And as we head into this pistol, I mean, Starboys have to be just playing for confidence at this point. It's Revan on the side. Gets those Julie frags. The CT is just getting kills left and right. Looks like we'll be heading to map 2 as soon as we possibly can manage it. 12-1 reads the scoreline. And you can't even necessarily pin this on Osama as being the star player of this squad at all. This was a comprehensive collapse on the side of Starboys, and as well, just a bit of a misunderstanding perhaps of how the map was going to play out of Ancient. And you know, maybe years ago, 2021, 2022, you could have said Ancient is still fresh, there's a lot to learn, but Ancient has been a core part of CS2's map pool for years at this point, and I would say it's the quintessential sort of, you know, it's like a modern classic map. Now, it looks like they've actually managed to get around here despite everything. While I've been sort of talking them down, they just exploded onto the B-bomb site. At times like these do happen. Let it be known. Hold on a second. You can still gift it this round. I mean, they can't even make it to the retake to defuse yet, but let's not go crazy is what I'm trying to say. Starboy's just looking to sort of mop up some leftover momentum. Try and give themselves confidence that they can win rounds. Because sometimes it's not really about trying to make this comeback happen. Because 12-1, I don't think we've ever seen it. So, you know, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. It wouldn't be really at any detriment to the Starboys to say that they're not going to make this map win a reality. And it's not that map pick, so you can't say that you expect it from the get-go, but making it look respectable is actually a strategy. You don't want to lose 12-1, 13-1. You don't want to lose 13-4. If you can win 2 gun rounds and still lose 13-7, it'll look like it was a closer game than it is, and that's sometimes all you need. Now, Bloody is looking to make it happen, and there's the mid control. Seems like when the sides are swapped, Starboys understand it perfectly well. It's about mid aggression, it's about smoking them off and, you know, taking control of it. So now this 5v4 should hopefully be in Starboys' hand. Now, we are sort of delaying the inevitable, but you know, Bloody 11 and 13, HF 10 and 13. We're looking to see if Angel, Sharpshooter, and Pava can get these frags. and pump their stats a little bit. Get your hands a little bit warm for map 2. And as the bomb goes down, we'll see a 4-man save. Flshbck just looking to double dip on these guns. What are your thoughts on double dipping as well? Not just in Counter-Strike, but of course, you know, in life. Me personally, I mean, we've been worried more about less, but yeah, I think it's a mutual understanding sort of thing. If the majority aren't okay with double dipping, then you sort of have to go with the flow on that one. That being said, these investments will be re-upped. Maybe even Osama's forcing pistol here. Revan's got Julies. He can drop the Julies over to Osama's. Or one of the armored players can get Julies. Oh. We'll see where the investment ends up playing itself into. Osama's picking up armor. Probably looking to shadow behind Revan and pick up that M4. And this time 4 mid. Running it down. Revan blindly spamming. Gets a lot of damage but gets no kill. And now Osama just mops him down. Drive-by with the 5-7. Picks up a gun. Retraces 3-on-3 as Buddy gets a kill and McGill's on the other side of the map. But the bomb is not in a position to get planted. But Osama says swivels that nobody's in mid. So his attention is allowed to just be monopolized by the ramp player. The bomb is finally making its way down. And the site is still clear because the fight wasn't being taken at the bomb site up until now. So Angel and Pava are able to make this a reality. Now the utility is going to delay them just enough and the bomb site is still not theirs. It's a 1-on-1. It's Pava who has to get all these kills. Hold on a second. It's a 1-on-1 after all these kills are said and done. His position still exposed, but he sticks the bomb now. Fakes it, sticks it again. This time safe, but fakes it because he's got just a little bit of unconfidence. And now a dry swing, and he whiffs the bullets. Oh dear. Flshbck. They make this one a reality. 13-3. We didn't dilly-dally. It was just a run into mid. And this time the mid control continues to be in the favor of Flshbck from beginning till end. We'll see what we can do on Map 2 Mirage. We'll see if it's a closer game or if we get a quick 2-0 and God's Reign versus Victorious Sumus already know their grand finals before their game's even concluded. All that and more coming up after this short little break. Don't go anywhere.
I knew I loved dissolves each passing day. Time that's never coming back. Scraping at the walls until my fingers start to bleed. Stain the whitewash crimson red. Mustering the will to scream, but I can't even see through all the shadows in my head. The walls are closing in around me. And all the lights keep burning out. Ring out the church bells where you found me. And take me home. Take me home.
And we're live with a pistol round of map 2 Starboys versus Flshbck Gaming. Starboys looking to bounce back on their own map pick after a 13-3 battering over an Ancient, which Flshbck showed dominance on. Now, starting on that T side, as it of course their map pick, Flshbck opted to get that CT side start, and a bumper already imminent on the A bomb side, just walking out, taking pot shots. And it was a passive hold, and Harvester and Bloody looking to make good on that promise. Now it's a 3-on-3 still. McGill is trying to clear out jungle. Bloody trading frags on the other side of the map, and it comes down to Ember slow playing it on the other side, but looks like it'll just end up being a save. Not sure what he has to play for. The pistol betraying him a little bit as he goes down, and Starboys win that pistol. It's already a better start than it's ever been. And so Starboys, if ever there was a time to sort of bring that mojo back, to come back, you got to start now. Start with the lack of, losses to easy guns. Looks like it'll be a force buy on Flshbck's side, so the tests already start now. The tag goes both ways. Revan sort of victim to utility and pot shots across the map, but his scout finds sharpshooter and tags him down. 70 damage inflicted. Makes the deagles and pistols just a little bit more effective. Now it's Osama sort of being front and center here. Mirage being one of those maps you can definitely find a lot of impact on, and McGill's gets that started already. Osama doesn't even get punished for that frag. Position should have been noted 100%, but it doesn't even matter. And Bloody runs out of ammo, is unable to finish these frags. It's a 2v4. It's still perfectly doable. The guns should be better, but now 104 looks very impossible. HF, too many angles to take care of. These deagles, time and time again, they've been finding a lot of headshots on map 1 especially. There was every single time an opportunity presented itself. You had, even in those lost rounds, HF had a couple of nice headshots. We have Bloody and Sharpshooter, of course, finding a few kills here and there. But it goes the other way, and now it's Flshbck immediately bouncing back, and they've got so many upgrades for free. Default room, McGills and Ember have just gotten free rifles. They can start building up a bank. And the force spell inside of Starboys is going to be a little bit messy. It's going to be up to a quick little B push once that Molotov fades. McGills is holding another one. He's got the right idea. The throw, the U-turn, the flashes are good, and Ember goes down. It's all on McGills. First kill has got, second kill cleanup. Well done, but the third doesn't go his way. Revan's already here, accelerating, but gets 1-for-1. Now, the better guns are still on the side of the CTs, and it's a 1-on-2 for Bloody to find the impact where they couldn't even get the first. The headshot difference, AK that you gifted over to them, Defaulter makes good use of. And so we get started already. Exciting back and forth, but it's Flshbck still to come out on top. And now, surely Starboys have to give it up. Surely they have to realize they can't keep force buying into this. But as soon as I say that, the investment's coming in. It's a little light. So they're acquiescing and they're going for the next round full buy. But it's the re-up on the B push. Once again, rushing straight into B, the Molotov, delaying them just a little bit. Ember's pushing forward, trying to farm up. He hears a couple of pistols. He hears the Tech 9, should raise the alarm. That's a push. Ember goes 1-for-1. The Molotov delays the push a little bit more as the rotate comes in. And the rush should get cancelled now as McGills calls the footsteps. Lets the team know they're falling back, at least that they think they're falling back. And you can see the reaction. Default is pushed up mid, corralling the players as Osamus is watching the unders creep, which is where the play will end up, and I believe we'll end up getting a nice little Osamus highlight. As he gets one, a second spotted, he just sprays them all down. That's what we know him for. And now, finally, the guns come out. And the problem with that last force buy is that it literally leaves them with 5 smokes and 5 AKs. Now, this is... I have to be honest. I have to be brutal. This is a terrible idea almost all the time. But Starboys have had good shooting the entire time. And it looks like there should be potential for a round. Nevertheless, Assam is down and under. Doesn't get anything done. It's sharpshooter to get 2 frags in middle to clear this round out. It's Ember on a timing swing. He gets one. He doesn't peek again. He takes that frag and he runs with it. And there's no boost into window. But his teammate's going to be the one to re-aggress. His default is to try and sort of keep him in the dark a little bit as to where the CT rotate is. Now, Revan's got the AWP. And a bit of an issue, miscommunication perhaps. Hold on a second, Ember's got a fight going on. It chucks that smoke out. There's got only 4 bullets in the mag. He doesn't have enough. He can't even finish those 4 bullets before he gets taken out. And it's bloody, but Default is already ahead of the play. And it's HF still gets the headshot. And Starboys, not content with going down as easily as it was done before. They take that mid round and they just pick a bomb site and go there together. And that's already the better team play. Whatever you want to say of their initial game plan, they come out here with a vengeance. With the individual swings, maybe you're not going to beat them on tactics. Maybe you're not going to beat them trying with complex utility layering. But if you can just get those headshots in, that's what Counter-Strike's all about. There's different ways to play. And there's also different ways to push mid. But if Revan can multi-frag, maybe it doesn't matter. Sharpshooter gets one. He's got a lot more to do, though. Osamis goes down, Revan to follow. Nobody's covering his jump up bench. He was watching middle, just a little bit too eager and too forward from the initial frag flurry. And Ember, once again, has just been solid on these extremity sort of anchor and lurk positions. Has not really had any liabilities so far in this game. Extremely well done. Just playing his position, getting one, throwing the U2, and now playing an off angle, not falling back. He's going to get rewarded for it with another one, and he spots the final player. Makes no secret of it. Chucks his U2 out and gets the final frag. It's just quality individual play as well from Ember. Secures them this round. Now just a light little investment. Hold on, sorry, how did that happen? Hava out middle. Say what you want about the gun round losses. Pava's Ds have been on point today. And HF in this crucial sort of Palace left position, Bit and Zinio. So many players we've seen have great impact. The bomb side of B is open. I don't know what they're thinking right now, but they don't have the bomb. And so Sharpshooter's got 5 seconds or so to get into a great position to win the round. He starts well. He doesn't have armor. That's his sort of final nail in the coffin. He spots a short player. Opts for the D guy. Don't blame him. He has to sort of win this Hail Mary. And the bomb is actually just going to the other bomb site. Honestly, this is a very well thought out play. The problem is Default is here. And so I don't think he's going to win the round, as the player has been spotted. Now, Angel should probably just jump and try to get the bomb down, but he doesn't know that CT is clear, so he takes the fight, and it's going to be his downfall. Flshbck, despite the fact that the rounds have been close, they're up 5-2, and they're in a great position to keep that momentum going. Revan AWP frags. Solid Copper Wolf to start the round. It's been Ember to lock down the B-bomb site. And if Osama can start getting it going in middle. Speaking of getting it going in middle, Bloody's in fact the one to get it going in middle. The entirety of the midsection of the map is just fully open. But it's 4-on-4. Mid is given over. But Osamus is not ready to let that one go without a fight. He's waiting in the smoke for his moment to strike. Hiding on the other side of window. Spots one. He knows that there's another present, but he can't get the frag. Bloody's sharp aim finishes that one off. And now it's still a 3-on-3. Bloody's got on both kills. Could be liable for more as the bomb site is clear. Now it's down to Ember yet again. This time he doesn't have the weaponry to do it, but he should have been spotted on that cross over towards Van. I'm not surprised. Or I am surprised that he isn't being encroached upon. The longer this goes on, the higher the odds that nobody clears him. And Sharpshooter does seem to have the right idea, but he's not finishing the frag. And he spots him now, but they should both be aware of each other. The footsteps were heard. No, doesn't seem to matter. It's Sharpshooter to get the headshot. And now 1-on-3 Defaulter's not here for the play. Bomb should be going down. He doesn't even see the jungle player. The timing isn't in his favor. And so finally, Star Boys putting together a round. They need one more after this, and then they'll break that record from the previous. It won't be a 13-3. At the very least, this has been very competitive. The difference being Star Boys have been able to push this one over the line in a couple of rounds. They can take economic control. If they can, you know, get back-to-back-to-back rounds, then we're looking at a potential third map. As of right now, we're still sort of... We're in the tentative stages of this half. As Defaulter is sort of just going to be left to his own devices to save. Looking at the money, it does look like there should be a little bit of a buy next round. Osamis is able to full buy. Defaulter can drop a gun. But it'll have to be MP9s, or they could do a half buy save, just send this hero gun down mid, support it with utility, something like that. As we see whether the conversion shots are finally we get an AWP as well from Bloody, who's been playing pretty well, but will the AWP be a blessing or a curse? A few times we have seen players pop off with rifles and then get the AWP in their hands when they're supposed to have it, and then the aim goes up the wazoo. Hopefully this won't be one of those cases, as the mid encroachment is not pressured by the CTs just yet. It's just McGill's spotting from ladder while Revan sort of dances back and forth. Util to lock him out. Well, default is just body for A main, but nobody's there. It's all towards mid and B right now. We'll see if the penny drops. They're pushing in McGill's sharpshooter, clears him out hard, peek straight into him. Revan doesn't get a kill, he's spotted, but given a second chance, then it's Angel to get that frag. It's once again Amber who has to put up a fight, but as good as a side anchor you could be, when they're pushing you from literally every possible situation, and that's not pretty. Osama's higher caliber player than that, surely not to whiff a frag. Jumping up and down, the aim just not in his favor, and this is what we were talking about, the full economic reset from the side of Starboys to get a free round like this, to start building the confidence that you can actually get those frags. And now it'll just be a couple of pistols here and there. Should be no problem. Not even that many deagles in this round. So, really, what are the chances that anything could happen? Okay. Every single time I say it, it just ends up being a jinx and a curse. Revan just got 2-1 digs, and that was the only mid aggress. Usually, they've been crunching with mid 3-4 players. This time, 2 players, both 1 digged. Positioning not ready for a trade. Guns picked up. AK can push through top mid. The A bomb site is open, but Osama's with an AK this round is still on. U2 comes out, but these smokes can be played around. They're not giving the proper attention. They got 3 nades, and these nades should be the first thing they look to use. It's a good start. No info given the other way. Opal Angel is already on the other side of the cross, so Osama should be safe from that. He knows one player's towards the bomb. He should have spotted them. Definitely has now, but the double peek from CT as well will save Starboys. They stay off what could have been an otherwise painful loss to a double dig in mid. And that's what we were looking for. We're looking for that sort of resistance to those grounds, that team cohesion, not losing it in the face of frags that should never have been. Because the best thing is, of course, not getting killed in the first place. Second best thing is having that game plan, that layering to, you know, say we're in 3v4, we still have the better guns, we still have everything in our favor. That being said, Osama's and Defaulter have been face to face with an A main aggressor. Is just not working out. Orb tries to get the frag on that sandwich player, but Osama's scares him off. And will he be ready for the stairs frag? He isn't. He tries to go for it, but the player coming through the smoke and connector trades it. And now things get a little bit freaky. Defaulter's in Palace. I'm not sure if they're aware of Defaulter's positioning here. There's also a Revan flank coming in thick and fast. 3-on-4, but the bomb site is given to the T's while the surrounding position is from the CTs. Things are getting a little bit hectic right now. CTs aren't facing. McGill's finally gets that frag. Bomb has to go down, but can they even muster it? They're being flanked from A main and from Palace, and the A main frag is what seals the deal. It forces Sharpshooter to turn around, and as he turns around, the CT player walks straight into him. And so that'll be a 6-5. Flshbck hold strong on the A bomb site. You know, Ember's got so many strong rounds over on B. You can't blame Starboys for wanting to take A, maybe catch them off guard, especially considering how many mid takes have been going on to just go quick A. You can't blame them for it. But Defaulter and Osama just hold strong, maybe just a little bit too eager to find a weakness. So as we go into this final round of the half, everything left on the table, it might be back to a mid to B setup. We'll see if Angel can get this pick. Flashed. Doesn't line him really, but he still gets panicked a bit. Goes for that peek. That one, I don't know what the thought process was. But Osama's hiding behind the smoke. It's a penetrable wall. He gets one frag. He gets another one. Headshot. Spray down. 3 kills in middle. Osama's. This is what we know him for. that triple kill in underpass, and now finally back and forth triple kill, clearing out top mid. Finishes it with the headshot as well. Pavastar going down 7-5. And while Osama's got those flashy highlights, I would honestly say that was all down to Amber at the B bomb side, just preventing those constant B pushes in the first string of rounds. That really changed the game. As we go into this pistol, it can go either way, but if Flshbck win this, it'll really start snowballing out of control. So Starboys at the very least need to put up a good enough fight. The bomb is already gathered towards A, and there's not much defense here. It's just Sharpshooter playing it in underassumed position, and Osama's mid luck is already through underpass, gotten one frag. So the distractions in effect. Sharpshooter not even good for one as McGill just drive-bys him. It's not the prettiest angle now. 5-on-3 doesn't look realistic. Armor, smoking kit, one frag for free, and HF also gets one. Pava knows that the bomb is being planted here, and he gets that frag instantly. Smoking kit is still in play. It's down to Angel with that frag. He knows what he must do. And he's got the exact way to win this round. I don't think Osama's could win it. He hasn't seen the player post-smoke. He only saw it pre-smoke, and so he has no idea what the positioning is. Round is over. Sometimes buys do win rounds. Because if that came down to the duel, the chances are really up in the air. But that smoke, he keeps his positioning just right. Doesn't show himself before the smoke blooms. Which I think is another thing that players often forget to do. In the heat of the moment, you forget. If you're seen before the smoke goes off, they know where you are. They've got that mental mapping of the, player model. They can get that crosshair in the right position. It's the same thing as if you're throwing a flash, but right before the flash goes, you see the player. Good players can get that frag almost all the time. And so it's Star Wars to come right back in, but it's HF actually to get these frags to clean up middle. 3-on-2. It's labored. Sharpshooter gets the trade. The bomb is still in a bit of a safe position. Never mind. These rounds have just been all over the place. It's hard to keep track of it all. Pushes across the map. Forced buy for Flshbck. Doesn't go right. Starboys, now this is the real contest for a map 3. And again, a play into the A bomb site. Bloody patrolling. It's just too labored. You can't be letting those frags go like that. At least get one before you're taken down by that Deagle. It should still be fine though. They've got positioning on the bomb side is what I was going to say. But the Glock takes down Sharp as he's fumbling with that reload. Pava and HF should still be here. Rotators can come in just in time. And the guns aren't there. Live, but okay, hold on a second. What was going on there? Team kill. Pava just wants all the frags. Doesn't care if it's his team, if it's the enemy. He's a headshot machine right now. And we start to talk about, back-to-back-to-back rounds. It's the kind of thing that Starbucks very much lacking. It's not like in the first sort of 7 or 8 rounds of Ancient that they weren't competitive. It's just that they couldn't win the rounds. It was close, but not close enough. And this time the mid play is not met with any aggression at all. Bloody is playing solo. He flashes behind himself, but they're already ahead of the smoke, and so it just looks a little bit foolish. Angel now patrolling, but there's a player in ladder who should be able to clear this one out. Defaulter tries to peek in and just gets taken down. There's an AWP here, but the AWP gets taken down and fumbling for that trade. Angel goes down with him. So it's a 2-on-4. Pava didn't spot the player on the side, but I do believe the player on the side has spotted Pava. And so he's positioned himself appropriately. Ember is sort of waiting for that peek, but it's not showing up yet. No, Sharpshooter's just waiting. Just chilling in Palace. Bomb is on B. Pava's getting a frag. He knows where the planter is, but that's Revit with the AWP, and he just crouch peeks straight into him and finishes that one off. So, should be a save. Sharpshooter should really not even be thinking about going for this. Money's not good enough. Now, if you can retrieve something better than the farmers, you can probably expect him to do that. And there is a kit in front of him that he could pick up. Now, if the T's a keen-eyed player, or some would have seen that get picked up. There's that increased accuracy. And it looks like he'll be able to save after all. May even get to pick up a better gun if he just hides here until the timing is right. He gives up his play a bit too early. Things are getting dangerous now. He picks up the AWP. He actually... Oh my god, he still faces with the AWP. Ay. You can't blame him for the greed. If it's nothing for Mars or gamble with the AWP almost all the time is the only way you're going to win this next round. But now it sort of puts Starboys back on the retreating end of the bargain. Sharpshooter buying in solo MP9 here. I'm curious. It's sort of a half in, half out. I guess Andrew's trying to save up for the AWP. Bloody gets a 1D. These 1Ds have been out of control, by the way. HF goes down. This solo MP9 still has an opportunity to play. Pushed up into B. The bomb is not committed yet. Pava's got a lot on his plate right now. 4-on-3. Round should be over. Flshbck should have enough. They've got no smokes though. So they got to pick a place to plant. They don't know whether Palace is clear. At least I don't think they do. And that's what I was talking about. That's what I meant when I said they don't know anything about the clearing of angles. That's what's going to make him take him a little bit longer. Pava's got an AK now. He spots a player. He can't get the frag. That's heartbreaking. He knows that was within his grasp. Bloody can retrieve this gun if he's really aggressive about it, but he's going to have to fight for it, and he can't get that frag. So it's 8 to 9. Flshbck take back their lead. And we're walking towards a potential 2-0 here. As Victorious Summons, Gosdrain goes on the other side of the bracket. Gosdrain upper map and potentially going to the grand final as well. We'll see what the plays made from there. It's just USPs to fight with. I mean, this is not a fun way to let the half go, but I mean, these digs, man. Another one queued up. It doesn't even matter, man. The weaponry is irrelevant. It's just about the confidence. These deagle shots. Got a bunch of little Nikos in the server today. Hey, Jeff, give us another one. Show us what you're made of. CTs are already here, and there's an AK picked up. Pava's got one. If the bomb just commits blindly and they don't think about the positioning, if they don't realize that everybody's here, the CTs could be smart about this and hide. If they re-aggress and give the frags away, it could just be the end of the round. The other way, Pava should just slow play this. They don't know he's here. And so if he just pretends that the side is clear and doesn't peek out, he could catch a couple off guard. Now he's giving away his old play. Now they're just going to take him out. Unfortunately, the round fizzles out. I don't think we're going to see it. It's a shame. And these are the moments where you... Oh, hold on a second. It's not impossible. But these are the moments where you sort of wish there was just a little sort of wrinkle in the game plan. Just one step further. But it's hard to think of all these things in the moment, of course. Hindsight. And so Flshbck looking to take this one straight up 2-0. Getting those frags in middle, clearing it out. Hold on a second. Pava's got a little bit more to give, but it's just one frag as he tries to play within that chaos top mid smoke, but only gets the one. 2-on-4. Angel's in connector. He does get one. Now it's within play. If he gets another one, we could be talking about it, but it's bloody to instead get two. He doesn't know where the last one is. That's the bomb. And now the commitment has to be met. It's a 1-on-1. He's got a minute and 10 seconds to play with. And so Bloody's got a lot to think through. Is there a kit to pick up? Because he's got the luxury of time right now, while the T is just straight up running. And so Revan on the other side, 17 and 12, hot hands right now. Bloody and Revan both very capable. And Revan, he's got a lot of angles to clear. He's taking his sweet time. He's not actually planting as soon as he makes it there. And he spotted the player. They know where each other are. Molotov early to deter the peek. And he spots him, but the spray's not clean, and Bloody gets that frag. Revan just too antsy in the clutch. And Bloody plays it calm, plays it slow, doesn't immediately just blindly swing. Is rewarded for it. Keep Starboys in the fight. If that one went the other way, we could have just written this one off. It would have been over. And Bloody knows how much that one means. A little bit of spray right there. As he knows that this means that the game is still in grasp. But the guns are still out on the T side, so the job is not done. In fact, it's just getting started. Osama's alone towards top mid, just looking to get a little bit of cheeky lurking done as he darts back and forth between the smokes. But the bomb's already towards A, so this is not an unfamiliar setup. But Sharpshooter's the only one here. The Molotov fails. The Molotov failing could be huge here. The smoke in towards A main as Osamas gets a kill mid-lurk, but Sharpshooter's got a lot on his play here. They haven't cleared him out. He spots too many targets. He gets two. He gets two, and that's huge. That keeps them in the round. Without that, this 2-on-2 retake wouldn't be possible. And Pava's due to insane nade damage. He's got a headshot to play with. It's just chip upon chip, but no frag yet. And he doesn't know that there's a fight across towards City, but he knows now. He does know now. And they can play it together. Pava's got the kit. Angel MP9 jumps in the potentially clear angles. He picks up an AK on his offense. Pava gets the trade frag. Picks up an MP9, picks up an AK, goes back and forth between the boxes. The time is ticking, but he has got a kit. He knows he has to hurry up on this. And it doesn't work. Heartbreaking. So close, so many times, so much damage. All the right ideas, but when it comes down to it, Revan makes good on that final clutch. Lost the one before, wins this one. And that puts Starboys on the brink. It's gonna be rough to stomach that one, because you were so close. It's once again just Osamas in middle. Revan, it's messy, but it doesn't matter. There's no follow-up. And it'll be a quiet, perhaps unassuming end as Flshbck take 12. One round away from 2-0. And as it finally... Hold on a second. I said finally. Might have to be Osama's heroics to take us 2-0 because... Okay, hold on a second. Default on Revan is still finishing this job up. Bloody on Sharpshooter tried to change history, to change the tides. Molotov to clear out the Under Palace. Fight to decide the game, and Sharpshooter wins it. Once again, just one frag can make the difference here. And his default to Osama's in 2-on-3 positions noted. Bomb loose in A main. As Osama's reroutes to pick it up. But the CTs are still worried about Osama's being in mid. So Sharpshooter's got a lot on his plate while this play gets unraveled. See whether they can pick up their bomb, maybe even go B, as the bomb's not really being guarded. It's just pot shots, but will Osama's clear on the Palace after it's already been Molotoved? It looks like he does. He spots the gun barrel. He picks up the frag. Oh dear. The player's been spotted. It's a headshot to finish the round. Flshbck take this one 2-0. They make it to the grand final. Potentially to face God's Drain, who are already so close to making it there themselves. Congratulations to them, commiserations on the side of Star Boys, who put up a decent fight but couldn't take it over the finish line on their own map pick. And so we look forward to seeing what Flshbck can do in that grand final. All that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the pieces where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back.
Just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. The second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you.
And we are live with the pistol round of the first grand final between Flshbck Gaming and God's Reign, starting on Inferno. God's Reign's map pick. On that T side, we'll see whether God's Reign can stand up against the individual prowess that has been displayed so far by Flshbck Gaming. And Osama's already proving my point, getting 2 frags, and Cloud and Revan chiming in. It looks like as quickly as it started, this round could be over. Revan, Osama's double kill openers and closers, respectively. And really, this is the story of God's Reign. Have they been individually dominant up until this point? Relatively so, I would say yes. But can Flshbck Gaming, you know, previously when Osama was substituted into teams, he was sort of supplementing a general lack of firepower when up against the best in the world. Now, or at least in the region, Osama's, Revan, you know, Cloud and McGill's all individually talented. Even Defaulter can clutch when times call for it. And so this team really is stacked to the McGills, one might say, with individual strength and talent. And it's really up to God's Reign to rein that in. There's a 2-for-1 right there. If you know, for more, you gotta give a little bit of time to let these ones cook. Just a couple of deagles, God's Reign looking to buy into the next round. And so on Inferno especially, we'll see how much focus God's Reign can do into their actual T-side game plan. Whether they take top banana, whether they can consistently get those rotations, get the CTs stacking the wrong bomb sites, you know, manipulate those positioning advantages that you can get so consistently if you're really good at that T-side. And that'll be their first hurdle. Potentially many in this best of 3 grand final. So as the buy comes in, no orb, of course. It's early days yet. Revan, way too eager. Thought he had the timing to fully throw a whole Molotov down. Rossi catches him off guard. And in a manner of speaking, that's his replacement saying, we didn't need you in God's Reign. He's putting a statement in there, but forget about the statement. Osama says, hearing this, he's also revealed his positioning, but there's no time for that. Molotov needs to go out, but I don't think it really worked. His spam's coming through, but Finn's already clearing out the bomb site. And as soon as the guns come out, it has to be a save. This is the principal Counter-Strike that I was talking about. This is that game plan. Taking advantage of immediately killing the A player, which Revan was for that round at least, and just accelerating straight into the A bomb site right there. Osama's not even able to contest it with that smoke down towards library. And so we'll see an immediate buy back, and this is a level above what Flshbck were facing in that semi-final. They're going to need to bring not just their individual A game, but, you know, some cerebral aspects if they want to keep fighting here. And Finn is looking hot to trot. You know, it's been a few sort of relatively underwhelming finals from Finn in the past. Especially, I'd say he's been, compared to what I know he can be capable of, he hasn't been delivering. And so when Finn is finally online and in the server, you know, that's truly a day to celebrate, especially for all fans of Indian Counter-Strike today. And so here we go. Finn, you know, I called him the Indian Nico. It's not just because he's got that sharp play style. It's not just because he's often fighting, you know, on his own, doing his best. It's because, as well, he's pushing through banana. As Rossi cleans up that frag in towards middle. Or in the apartments, rather. Causes a bit of a rotation. You can see Osama's being forced to supplement the defense. Trying to help out Clouder, who's been fighting on his own, just playing with their U2. And McGill is throwing that banana retake U2, but doesn't have a smoke to back it. So it's just going to be the one. And as the smoke fades into a banana, it's a matter of seconds until this B play comes into fruition. And just a last second long smoke to sort of make Flshbck second guess it. But it looks like they're hedging their bets and they're hedging it correctly. So 40 seconds, there's still time to rotate, but it would have to be cutting it close, and it looks like it's just going to be the play. All 4 CTs are going towards B. So, even though the play has been read, can God's Reign still dismantle with his defense? Will they expect the rotations to have come through? Will they read the boosts? Will they not be distracted by all these spams and all these back and forth bullets coming through? Finn spots one, but gets caught off guard by the boost as suspected. It's down to Fired Up and R2B2. Fired Up down. It's just Rossi. It's a 1-on-2 for Osamis to clear this one up. 8 seconds. What a brave fake. His teammate was not there to cover. R2 was on such low health. If he got that kill, that would have been it. But he also wasn't in a position to hold that bomb, and there was no time. It's honestly not even the wrong play. On the surface, it looks like you're potentially fumbling the opportunity, but his teammate was flanking. There's no way for him to get any cover. 8 seconds left. Instant headshot. R2B2 as well has been sort of, you know, he's got a username like a droid. He's got that robot aim sometimes, especially side anchoring. I've seen him play quite well from the extremities. And I don't think we'll be seeing as many crazy Deagle rounds against God's Reign, especially considering how well put together this game plan looks right now. At least on Inferno, it looks like they've got the right idea, and this is why Finn is considered probably the best rifler in India. Just constant impact. And there, the FAMAS does get picked up by McGill's in favor of utility. Still no AWPs, just a rifle brawl for now. And we'll see if the mid push this time, the classic deep mid smoke as defaulter peeks in the second mid. The flashbangs are good enough to delay the plan. R2B2 gets the frag onto Clouder. So now default is alone. Spray goes right. He does manage to get one before the CT wrap comes in. There should be enough info now. Finn knows that this is the only player. He should accelerate immediately, and so he does. Bomb site's clear. That's the downside of running that aggressive play. You leave the extremity open. And Finn, I mean, he's got to take that advantage any day of the week. And you needed to get those kills flawless. You needed to get that bomb control if you were pushing deep with that CT play. And now Revan and Osamis just have to save. No money, no positioning, smoke so deep. Even though it fades, it'll just be playing for exits at best, and they don't have that much money to contest this. And so here we go. Finally, Flshbck Gaming getting it given to them the way that they were handing it out in that 2-0 just prior. And now as well, Rossi and Bavi have had a bit more time in the kitchen to cook up who's thinking about what the strats that they want to play, because I mean we've sort of hammered this point home back and back and back. God's Reign still don't have a coach. At the very least, they haven't had an international European sort of influence which could really accelerate and elevate the team. But if you can get Bavi, who's the IGL and has been the IGL for quite a while now, and Rossi, who was the IGL in the past of True Rippers and now is sort of playing that supportive secondary fragger, maybe even, dare I say, electronic sort of role. Secondary IGO, strong input, impact fragger, not necessarily bulk output, if that's what his role is to be in this team, then the ideas can really start to flow freely. And if Fired Up can still be, you know, secondary AWPer in the past, primary AWPer as well now, and put it all together. And again, another test, we'll see whether the Deagles will be continuing to shoot freely or whether the consistency of God's Rain is actually such that the pistol rounds aren't so much of a worry, and that you need to do a lot more than just hold the right angles to get those frags. And I mean, it's bold from Flshbck because playing solo B in this round, all things considered, they have no reason to doubt that God's Rain wouldn't give this a peek, wouldn't at least prod for info. I don't know why when I spectate Barbie, I can see his crosshair, but everything else is different. Okay, well, Barbie's the chosen one today. His crosshair is the only one that breaks through the Counter-Strike matrix. That being said, the time is ticking down to 40 seconds, and this still isn't a commitment, and they don't have info in brackets right now. Fight should be coming towards Rossi if he does peek to his right. His patience is rewarded, and Finn as well gets their kill on towards B, and that was the sole player. There's the one dig. I mean, that was an impressive shot. It takes that much to get this frag. Osama's tagged down, but still has the AK, and that'll be their only spoils. But they're heading into the stack. Hold on a second. Things will go from bad to worse here. Finn is sort of calling the alarm. Make it here, boys. But do you have time? 10 seconds as the bomb is making its way all the way to the bomb site. It'll be close. 6, 5, 4... He gets it. I think it should just be in time. Yes, barely in time. I don't know why pushing it so close. Throwing the U2, making some strange movement decisions, but God's trying to get the bomb down. And they collectively just heave. Huge sigh of relief. No funny business. Osamas is brave enough to be peeking out here as it is. Should really be looking to save these AKs. And now the money's starting to build up for God's Rain. They can afford to, you know, put some feelers out. Fortunately, they don't have a nade to throw into the pit. But Fired Up, if he's diligent here, then, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Osamas was low, and the readjust to clean it up. McGills can't save that AK, and that's pretty big. 2 AK saved into the next round would have allowed for a lot more aggressive plays. You just get that confidence. AK-47, probably the best gun in the game right now. As the AWP does have its, you know, its cost, its drawbacks. The instant headshot, the confidence, the accuracy. Osama's getting that AK could have been pretty devastating, especially considering the, you know, ability of Flshbck Gaming to go for those aggressive players. Like we've seen them with that deep mid-smoke. They could try a similar sort of play. They could go down banana. They could do any number of things, especially with that AK. But now it's going to have to be back to the, you know, expected buy round. And 5-2 is God's Rain sort of letting us know they are still the best team in the region, despite the fact that players are starting to wake up to the fact that, and teams as well, that you can get these imported players into the regional matchups. But it's not like Osamas was solo carrying that first game either. It was a team effort. Although he had incredible highlight moments. Everyone remembers those middle 3K spray downs. That being the case, 3 starting towards B, but it's actually going to be A aggression and his Osama's to be tested. They know that he's somewhere to be found. The reload might allow for a lurk out, but he's solo tasked with this mid hold, and this smokes are just too deep for him. He doesn't spot a single player. The spam is only good for damage. Barvi's tagged down, but it's actually his teammates going to have to do all the heavy lifting. Clara finishes 1. Osama's confirmed damage, and he goes through for 1 as well, but it's only 1. And those are the protocols. Those are the trading protocols that put God's Rain above the rest of the teams in the region. Because even if the other regional teams have nice firepower, that have their moments, It's the prevention of getting those multi-frags. It's Osamis going through the smoke and only getting one. And these details that keep God's Reign winning all these rounds as Flshbck are just saving again. Revan with the AWP. Not had a chance to really do anything yet, but the half is slowly coming to a close as we get 6-2 on the scoreline. And so they try again. Where does the AWP find itself this time? This time it's down mid. He takes a blind shot as the flash triggers his crosshair. But it's not going to be a kill. Default is tasked with this defense, but Barbie gets a multi-frag, clears out Banana, but there's still one left. Osamis is here, but he fumbles the first kill. It's close. He picks up an AK, gets that headshot. That's what we know him for. And if you're going to give him that opportunity, if you're going to let him shoot back at you, he will shoot harder, but it doesn't matter. They've cleared out the A bomb site in the interim. That's what the layers and the lurks will do to you. On the other side of the map, that's what happens when you have a team plan. R2 is just on that lurk, biding his time, not instantly rotating, not being uncomfortable or nervous. Lets the frags walk into him. And now Osamis is wondering, do I really have to do this all myself? And my friend, you're not going to be able to. 1v3 ace clutch not in the cards as God's Reign goes 7-2 in what ostensibly could have been a lost round due to, you know, just a clever little lean from the Flshbck side. 3 towards B early. Osamis mopping up those frags. It could have been, you know, from bad to worse. It could have been a way back for Flshbck, but it's not going to be. And now it starts to become a story of desperation. You start wondering, what can you actually do? How can you disrupt this play? Because you've already tried pushing into second mid. So now what? You've already leaned into B, but you still got, you know, you lost the layers. And now maybe it's the AWP's time to shine, and that's what Revan's thinking. I have to take this game into my own hands, but R2 B2 peaks at the right timing. A matter of seconds that could have been the difference between him getting killed by the AWP and him killing the AWP. Well, you all know how that ended up. Miguel's trying to puff up his chest, be loud about this, because that's the only defense they have. If they lose the B bomb site again, it's just going to be over. He has to bide enough time while his team is rotating. He's not got any smokes to play with either, so it's just going to have to be a tiny little MP9. As Barbie sort of encroaches upon him, spotted, and now it'll be really uncomfortable. The spam through the smoke isn't enough to distract. He goes 1 for 1, but does a lot of damage as well. Now it's down to Osamis to disrupt. Could get a spam kill through the smoke. He's got the right idea. It's just a few bullets off. And Clouder gets 1. Now, hold on a second. The side is still alone. Fired Up is alone while R2 is on this flank. We'll see. They molly out Dark. They spot the player, but it's Fired Up to get both kills and he headshots left and right. Talent pool runs deep on God's Reign. We've been praising, you know, Finford's consistency. We talk about Barbie dismantling that banana setup on his own. We talk about R2 on that lurk. And now we talk about Fired Up in the clutch situation. Even if it wasn't a one-on-one clutch. You know, he was alone in the bomb site for the time being. He had to do it all. Molotov forced his hand. And he still comes out on the top of the score. 8-2. And here is where you truly see the caliber of the metal tested. You know, now that you're fully on the back foot, now that you're playing that underdog team role, Flshbck, what is your plan to come back into this? Maybe you can't win Inferno. Maybe God's Reign have been practicing this one just a little bit too fine-tuned and polished for you, but the chance for a fight is still in the cards. Right, back into the action. No Flshbck, I mean, they've got full investment in this. It's going to be buying down to 0 until the half ends. We're in round 11, and they've not got that many opportunities to double down on this. And that's a good start. They finally solved the banana problem after so long. Or at least so they would like to believe, but they haven't dealt with the true threat that is Finn. And now they have. Okay, so we have to start entertaining an 8-4 half, at least as a possibility. And R2B2 on this lurk is still finding things as the smoke is sort of fading on the other side. Presence is being known, and R2's getting another lurk kill. 2 on the B bomb side. The lurk does get taken down by Osamis. Another rotate comes in as the spam betrays the existence of the T's. So shouldn't be too hard for the CTs for Flshbck to just finish this one. They know they're both here. The rotate's coming and the flanks coming in. Shouldn't give this one away. And there it is. Flshbck get one done. Now they can start building a little bit of momentum. Even if it's not enough to win the game, they can at least make it look reasonable. And these nades have finally been the answer that they're looking for. 3 banana, getting those double stack nades, getting the protocols right. Finally getting kills in the locations where they've been suffering. And as well, good with these rotates. Not letting things get out of hand. Being aware of the lurks. Osamis is doing a lot as well, just sort of playing those back and forth positions. But it is still down to the individuals to hold their own when it comes down to it. And this smoke is not very good. Unless it does indeed expand late. It's a little CS2 trickery right there. And Clouder afforded the opportunity to leave, and he is going to do so alongside his teammate sort of encroaching in, but that's the power of Finn right there. There's still one on the side though. Revan has got an opportunity to get multi-frags. It's Finn and him alone, and that's 1 and done. Or 2 and done rather, and 4 and 8 right there. As Revan finally finds AWP impact late, very late into the half. It may not be enough, but it is all they could have mustered. And so pistol round mandatory yet again if they want to get that comeback started. We'll see what God's Reign do to position themselves in a victorious setup. Looks like a 3 towards B is the call. Bomb is meandering towards apartments though, early on. Not like apartments is not stocked at all. In fact, they've got a double setup of Julies here already. It looks like they've read this play. Now the question is, how confident are they in waiting this one out? Because this could be a fantastic setup if they peek in tandem. And there's that one's done, two's done. Rossi peeks right there. He knows that there's more to be found, and he peeks in and spams them out. And the double Julie setup is paying dividends as Rossi gets another kill. And it's the Julies all day. 3 frags from R2, 2 frags from Rossi. And that's the setup that wins the round there. But it's the players that make the setup so powerful. So many times we've seen players close up with the Julies. It's a jumping player that they miss, and then the next Glock instant headshots them close range, and you're left wondering why they got that investment in the first place. M4 is heavily invested, so you gotta be a little bit careful here that you don't give away all your monetary advantage. A little bit of, SMGs to farm up the cash could go a long way, but Dust2IN don't want to give anything to chance. They just want to play with the best weaponry. Rossi playing a pixel gap, spotting with U2. It's a smoke and not a Molotov though, so he could just get run over, and I think that's going to happen, but he predicted that, and he's holding it. And that's what we use that extra M4 for. He's got the Julies out, but the Tech 9s are overrunning the bomb site. Hold on a second, this is what we were talking about. Whipping out the pistol, he gets caught off guard. And now Bavi and R2 are left to pick up the pieces. R2 with that A1S peppering long range perhaps can get this one done. He's got the Molotov though. Bavi can hear those tags. He knows that there's a player close, but the Molotov, it almost goes too fast for R2. There's no kit in play. They have to accelerate on this, and they do accelerate on this. The defuse should be coming in. And I think that's just in time as the high-pitched beeps play in. Bavi should have this one under wraps, I believe. Yes, just about. And 10-4 Flshbck sort of at this point just hoping that they can find a few good picks. R2 gets naded pretty heavily up at top banana, but they're not actually fighting for it. Oh, it's like Vidaf has got a fight of his own, and it's going to be Rossi to try and clean that one up. The Molotov is a bit too late. He gets taken down. It's down to Finn instead, and Finn gets one, but the Molotov does enough to keep it a 2-on-2. The bomb is not there yet. Oh, Bavi didn't see it, but the Galil stops to fight and he shows himself. And that could actually be the fight that ruins it. He didn't realize he had a free path without being spotted. And how could you predict it? But R2 is not the one that they saw. Bavi was in towards mid. Will they predict the balcony encroachment? Well, Bavi's being so loud about his presence in mid. They should maybe expect at least one player come towards library or come from long side. But it's actually a short... Oh, never mind. Neither headshot spotted. Dust2IN, little bit of a fumble in that mid hold, just grabbing a utility a little bit too late. Now it does pay dividends on the frag, but it's not enough. And now the money's not good for Dust2IN. Now Flshbck have a round that they can win back to back. Things may get interesting yet. And this should be a simple cleanup job. There's nothing fancy here. It's the multi-stack. Bomb is going towards B. There's no sign of presence in towards mid, but the problem is Flshbck aren't playing this out thoroughly. They're waiting for pushes in towards B and mid, but they're not pushing in brackets to confirm, and they don't have a boiler lurk or an apartment lurk at all. The closest facsimile of presence is actually towards that far side of the bomb site, but they've actually gotten a couple of nice kills here. They can pick up these guns and run away from it all if they so choose to do so. They're actually going to accelerate onto this, but the gun is the one that peaks first. But okay, never mind. When you think you know something, you don't know it at all. Fired Up is going to just run straight down Banana and die because he's not really worried about the presence at all. I can't blame him. You would expect both T's to be guarding the bomb, but forward play, Flshbck Gaming prevent the save as well. So it's going to be Finn to drop the AWP over to Fired Up, and you know, in the last half of the CT AWP saw maybe 1 or 2 rounds towards the very end where Revan did have that chance to shine, but this is relatively early in the half for an AWP, especially CS2 wise. So we'll see whether Fired Up can actually get any impact done, whether utility will cancel him out. And the banana fight not going as aggressively as before. Neither side playing beyond that half wall, just sort of poking at each other with utility. But on the other side of the fight, Osama's outsmarts Finn. Looking through that window, knows where to spam to get the headshot to deal the damage that they need. And so things are going to get a little bit dicey. Rossi and Fired Up have to decide how long they want to stay on this side because they can get pushed from balcony, and Rossi respects that. A lot of pressure on Fired Up now, but the pressure in reality is actually towards B. One spotted! It's a multi-frag from Bavi. They know he's alone here, and they know he should be low. The question is, will they commit now that the rotate could be coming in? Fired Up is staying on this angle for almost a minute. And he's rewarded for it with a frag. Patience pays off. And now Flshbck don't know what's safe and what they can safely push. The smoke to cancel out the pit position. Rossi may consider spamming, but he doesn't reveal anything, and nothing's actually behind this. 30 seconds, they choose to run straight back towards B, and Bavi is in the closest position, but if he runs here, they will hear this rotate if he goes to the speedway position. U2 comes up towards B. He hears it. They're going to push through down mid instead of trying to play towards CT, picking up the AK. He's got a kit as well, but they need to make sure that that's the kit that gets picked up as well. All 3 towards Banana as the bomb gets planted. Plenty of time for this retake. The utility is the issue. It's Rossi with a flash. We'll see where does he line this one up. Straight chucking it over. Backside positioning going to be difficult to unravel. One spotter, but the second is still unnoted. Now they know where both of them are. They should. Rossi knows, but the player's got to get this frag, and McGill's headshot slides back and forth, crouch peeks, and finishes the job. It's not clean. It's not easy, but the job just needs to be done, and Flshbck Gaming are doing it slowly and surely. And it's not like God's Reign are strangers to choking on this map. It's happened before. CZ on Rossi, that's got to be a rarity. We have to see where this one goes, boys. CZ. If only to laugh at the, you know, the gun itself. Rossi, come on. Don't let it be the CZ impact round. Don't show us impossibilities. I just have to see where this one ends up. The play is going towards B. There's a 3 lean towards B as well, but the guns aren't really strong enough to do anything, and Ross is the only one with armor. Smoke should deter them for the time being. The lurk behind him is unfortunately probably going to be the undoing. And the AC doesn't even get a chance to fire. Cloudo doesn't even notice that that's the gun that got invested in. And so the round will peter out. And things start getting a little bit more within reach. It's been a while since God's Reign have won around now. The feeling of that confidence, that victory is starting to be a little bit alien to them. Finn unable to save an AK would have been a pretty big save. When he knows it. Once again, open vested. They got a frag last time around, but will it be a more proactive part of the setup? Or alternatively, could it be used to supplement an otherwise weakened A bomb site while B gets leaned upon? But there's going to be an immediate fight if Rossi is the only defender towards mid in apartments, because it's looking pretty heavy towards mid. The instant smoke, he feels the pressure, but Fired Up's the one who gets the frag in apartments. Forward facing or immediate rotation as well. We see him going towards long now. And the switch up, 3 towards A already. As Rossi is wary of a regress into apartments and balcony, he's got the right idea. And they're allowed to do this much focus towards mid because of Fired Up's positioning, but now it's going to get tricky. Now they need to actually pay attention. But what is Osama's doing? Did he not expect the side players to pay attention to his positioning? Fired Up still got a good opportunity here as well. McGill's on that smoke walk towards long goes down. Rossi could get caught off guard by the Revan left side pick, but Revan himself doesn't seem to know that Rossi could be over here. And especially with the AWP trying to make this angle clear is going to be next to impossible. As soon as he pokes his head up a little bit, as long as Default is not the one who faces forward, now the position is noted. Rossi fakes a drop down. And the drop down fake works well enough for one. He gets Finn that trade, and Finn, my word. It's just pleasant headshot to finish the round. And that's a one tap right there. And finally, a round back. After I was just mentioning how long, God's Reign were waiting to get that one on their payroll. Fired Up now, literally Fired Up to take that pick down mid. Nobody's going to really fight him at all. They hear the second mid presence, and that's what makes so tempting to just go a little bit further. But they fall back instead. And it's not been very banana-centric for Flshbck this entire time. They seem afraid almost to constantly barrel down banana. Instead it's Revan here to just be a warm man in the chair while they try to take mid. But Samus goes down to the M4 smoke spam. Fired Up gets another kill. He goes for the further clear and he gets punished because Cloud is aware of the opening. But there's still 2 on the bomb site. And Rossi, his forward position is punished. Finn needs to do a little bit more here and needs to delay. It's a 2-on-3, but if he goes down, the bomb site's open. He's still got the chance to in the flames. He gets the frags before he goes down, fighting to the last moment. Double kill while burning. Not aware of anything except the frags in front of him. It doesn't faze him at all. And that's the kind of player you want playing in Pit. That's the kind of player that gets you those CT holds, who isn't afraid to get the kills above anything else. And Flshbck have only got 1 round to play with here. Constant back foot, 4 rounds in a row for overtime. I don't think they've got it in them, especially considering the buy, but stranger things have happened. They're going for the arch wrap. And it's Finn to get 2 frags, and he lands up more per just damage. It's 3v4. They've got Barva here to mop up the potential arch trap, but it's not going to be the case. They realize they're a little bit trapped right now, so it's the smoke at the Lowry and potentially a push, but now they've got 2 towards arch. The lurk in apartments is actually where the bomb is. Revan Tech 9 is not going to have a fun time peeking this, but he could catch a really nice timing. And Osama's getting that frag. Could change things if he gets this frag, and he does. Bomb noted, but it's still got to be the frags, and the bomb site's not clear yet. Fired Up is stuck. Not in a great position for an AWP, but he could catch everybody off guard. It doesn't seem to matter, though, because his teammates got the job done. 45 seconds. Revan knows that the B bomb site's open, but he also knows that the longer he takes to go there, the more the chance somebody rotates off, and especially if he decides to leg it towards B, it'll be really tricky. And walking is really risky. Opposite just play a little bit of time. And these half-hearted angle clears, if he's gonna run at it, he should just commit to it. Because these picks are not gonna really favor him at all anyway. So you may as well get the bomb down and rush for a better post plant. And indeed, the CS2 ought to play together, which is perfectly fine, but they know that this ends up sacrificing vital moments off the clock. Kits are of no issue, as well as utility. Revan off angle in the church. And he's got to pray right now, because that's all that could win him this round. No instant headshots. He's got the M4A4. He tries to go for a peek, but it's just not the right timing. And even if it was, the second player was already ahead of the play. And so, God's Reign take map 1. It's a little bit labored. Flshbck put up a fight, 13-8. And now we're going to the next map. Flshbck could be poised to take us to map 3, but God's Reign confidently putting that stamp on their own map pick. We'll see what that means for the rest of the series coming up after this little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. We will be bringing you all the Counter-Strike action in map 2 of this grand final. Dust2IN Masters number 19 coming up right after this. And here we are live with the pistol round of map 2, God's Reign taking map 1. Starting out dominant, but it was a little bit close in that second half as Flshbck did fight back. On to Mirage, which is Flshbck's map pick. And we're looking to see whether this can truly change the tides of the series, or whether Osama's substitution would not give Flshbck the injection of firepower necessary to overcome the team cohesion and individual strength and consistency of God's Reign. All that and more will be showing up right now as Barbie looks to continue to prove that strength. And Ultimately is creeping up onto the Sagessa headshot. Revan crouching, sitting ducked for that headshot. Now Ultimately just running around, Finn clearing it out. Osama's the only one alive. What is he going to do? The bomb is just not in a place for him to defuse. And he's not going to be able to get this one done. God's Reign just headshot after headshot on that pistol. So another stroke start could be in the cards for God's Reign, but remains to be seen as the force buy does come in. Bomb got planted, and so naturally Glows are out in full force as middle seems to be that target. Couple of flashes and in they go. Not yet though, and there is presence still to be had. Finn is going to be tasked with this, but he doesn't get the instant headshot. Goes down instead. The peak and the dink is quite strong from Flshbck as Clouded finishes that one. 4 strong in middle. It's Barbie to try and pick up the slack, but instead Spam gets him straight back, and Rossi's push in apartments is also fruitless. So, immediately as soon as the force buy bites back, God's Reign are unable to stay standing. Bomb goes into B. No resistance as they know it should be clear. And it's 1-1 immediately. R2 and Fire Up could still get an upgrade in terms of weaponry if they do play it patiently. We've got a long con flank as Fired Up is waiting all the way near spawn and back apps, trying to prevent too much chaos. Natu's trying to figure out how can he get a gun and not give up his own life. He's got enough from that one kill at least to get that money. And Fired Up does spot one, but doesn't want to give away his position too much. He plays it just a little bit too greedy. I'm surprised he didn't just hide behind the top mid box. Could have sat there for a little while. Maybe a gun could have blown his way. Maybe he could have gotten, you know, in the last 5 seconds when nobody expects it, bam, grab one of those frags. But it's not to be. And due to the nature of the round, it's going to be a force buy from God's Reign right back. Now, this force buy a little bit limper than the previous one, of course. CT economy means that that's inevitable. But they got a 4-man stack on the A bomb site to make up for it. It's just going to be Barbie playing it alone, trying to have a little bit of fun with a left-handed view model with that deagle shooting into the wall. But of course, not actually. Cloud is tasked with figuring out what's what on this A-leg, but he's just holding for pushes. He's not actually revealing himself just yet. Bomb is not committed, but looks like it's trying to be towards B, as they've seen neither hide nor tail of God's Reign, as I do believe the saying goes. No bullets really fired at all, and so as a minute crosses that timer, it's just a slow walk into B, and now Barbie's been spotted. The Deagle's not going to get a frag. He should go down momentarily, and Deep also makes good on that. So it should just be clean mop up. God's Reign should probably save all of these weaponry because they full bought down to 0 here. They don't have what it takes to buy into the next round, and especially if they go down here, it'll be a serious waste of money. For Mars, MP9 worth it, well worth it into the next round. These 5.7s can get some util. Cause a bit of chaos maybe through these smokes, which they have also saved. And so Flshbck already starting pretty strong. It is their map pick, and you'd expect nothing less from them. Especially considering how strong they looked in that first semi-final. If you can gather a little bit of that energy and that confidence, then we could be in for a bang series yet to come, but don't say that God's Reign are out of this one at all. But we'll see where Clouder, or not Clouder, where FiredUp and Finn take this one. Not to be too especially. Finn pushing forward, spots one, the MP9 accelerates upon that. There's only one player right now here, the underpass player who's trying to guard his teammate, spots that one. They know that there's another one here. And it's Rossi to pick up the Farmus and run it back. Escapes with his life. Nay, doesn't do that much damage. The clipping saves his life on that one, but the bomb seems to be going in the direction of B. He drops that one down. Barbie could try and pick this one up, but it's really out of his reach now. And the USP here, I mean, he is done for. The fact that he gets that dink is more than they could have ever asked for. The greed on doubling down there, I mean, you can't blame them. You would expect a retreat. It's actually on the other side of the map that Clouder goes down. This time, you know, the patrolling doesn't work in his favor, and he drops his AK over to FiredUp. And now 2-on-3, the retake is not really impossible. They've got full health, they both got armor, AK and kit. It's actually, since the bomb is not gone down yet, it's being planted as we speak. R2 and FiredUp could accelerate here, as this smoke is really the only barrier right now, and R2 is playing in the right direction. He knows there's one here, gets that frag. They have, I'm not sure if they spotted the second player, but now there's two AKs accelerating on that retake, the better weaponry, and maybe even the better position to win the round. We'll see what FiredUp can see. Is sort of playing more passive, is not giving away his full game plan just yet. Spots one, instant headshot, lock straight on. But is the player on the side gonna escape his grasp? Time is ticking down. He's got the kit. 5 seconds left. He's got to pick that defuse, and he can't do it in time. McGill's on the site. And we ring around the rosy, gets him that round there. But it still came a lot closer than God's Reign perhaps expected. Maybe they would have taken the 2 saved AKs over losing the round, but even the chance to try is still worth it. And now FiredUp on the AWP. Where does he take this one? It's not straight towards window. It's maybe a con peek, maybe an A main scope in tandem with Barbie, but he hits his head on connector and the smoke wouldn't have allowed him to peek in anyway. It's actually just Osamis in middle again. And he gets the headshot. Finn was not aware of the push underwards. And now it's all on FiredUp. He just can't do this. He gets a second, he gets a third kill with the pistol. What on earth is going on? There's no way they should have allowed that to happen. And now the CT gets another kill. Rossi takes advantage of the chaos and gets an M4 frag. And they knew Osamis was the mid lurk, but would they expect him to still be following up on mid? No one's looking. Bomb is dropped towards default. Osamis is worried about all sorts of positions, but their backs are turned. That was a low health player there, and Rossi was towards CT. Will Osamis expect Rossi to be towards A main as well? He repositions, but he's not got the gun ready, and the AWP should be saved as well. God's Reign. I mean, that was a true fumble from Flshbck. Credit where credit is due for those kills from FiredUp. Those pistol frags should never have happened. It's not like it was a particularly impressive gun that he had as his sidearm. It's not like those were deagle frags or even 5.7 frags, really. Those were just P2000. Tap, tap, tap on the heads. One of the players was low. The other player should not have fumbled that one. And it's Rossi to finish that one as well. Osamis started the round well, but couldn't close it out. Caught off guard by positioning, and that's the kind of thing that God's Reign should be able to do. Out-position and out-maneuver, even on the CT side. And with that AWP saved, should still have a good enough setup here. AWP is still patrolling towards middle. They know Osamis likes to have his fun towards here, but they should be a bit more worried about A right now. The U2 is coming in, Molotov, jungle, and CT flushes out the positioning, and indeed it forces R2B2 into this triple smoke. As Barbie goes down, R2 is the only player on site right now. And in the meantime, this mid fight is also going on, but Osamas is playing a little bit passive as well. We'll see what he sees. He's got that lurk positioning. He doesn't get that frag. And he's actually being hunted right now as R2B2 goes down on the bomb site. Fired Up does get one, but they still got to deal with Osamas on this lurk. And it's a little bit too much for them to handle 3 or 4 v2 even. Op save would be the best they could hope for, but Fired Up is going to be caught off guard immediately. And that opens out of reach for Finn. Unless... I'm surprised that they haven't picked up the AWP. Flshbck is still guarding it. Maybe the AWP is not necessarily part of the game plan yet. Finn, if he just looks down, he'll get a free frag. But he's going to drop down and die. Never mind, he doesn't even get afforded the chance for gravity. As McGillis takes him down, lets his body flop to the wayside, and keeps his gamer going. Flshbck 4 rounds on that T side. This is God's trying to being forced to save this time, for sure. Right? We're not going to see a forced buy and no investment. I mean, they can't even afford really a flash. They're going to be cutting it close util-wise next round anyway, and surely they want at least one kit. Considering how close these rounds have been, it would be perfectly reasonable to go for a kit here. But this round shouldn't be anything but a simple cleanup. Revan might get caught off guard by the stairs player. He's not really looking for it. Attention is elsewhere on the map and he's still not peeked. He should have seen him there. He's not paying attention. And the incredible discipline on the stairs player to not peek at all when the reload is happening, to not swing literally because Revan has not gone through this gateway yet. And I can just imagine, Fired Up is so frustrated right now. Imagine you're the player waiting stairs. You hear the reload. You know you can't peek because you're going to die. Someone's covering. Someone's covering. Just Revan does not show his head. And he has not considered the player at stairs even once. And Osamas is the one to peek through jungle and take care of business at all. And there you have it. 5-2. Here we go. Stack of M4 A1Ss. Rossi's got the A4, as he has been doing in the past. And this time he's not just Osamas alone in middle, but the CTs are just content to let Barbie solo play this. And solo play this, he's doing more than solo playing. He's going aggressive. It's as if there's someone else setting up there, but the double peek and got nobody to back him up. Barbie just goes down for free right there. It's a bit puzzling. It seems like he was sort of expecting Osamas to be a solo player, but the double setup completely ruined his chances of a frag, and now it's a 4v5. And that's an IGL call. I mean, you can't blame anybody else for that but yourself, because it was a complete misread of the situation. Now 3 and towards mid as the underpass players out of the alleyway. Fired Up in the position to receive should they go through connector, and there is one doing that just now. McGills has smoked them off though. And it's an A crunch as R2B2 gets one, but spammed through the box. It's not meant to be more than that, and the smoke is being spammed through. It's being washed. Fired Up has got the right idea, but it's a matter of milliseconds. U2 being pulled out from the stairs player. He gets one. He could go through and get even more, and he tucks into stairs at the right time, but he can't get that frag. It's a 2-on-3. Rossi's got too many targets to play with. Now it's down to Finn, and he gets a spray down. 1 versus 3 gets 2 in the blink of an eye. Nose is down to Osamas. Similar health. The headshots there, and the Finn spray down is real. 1 versus 3. They're not ready for him to just peek like that through jungle and connector. Lined up, fumbling with utility, trying to clear out CT, and Finn just surprises them. And Osamas already tagged down enough, knows he can't win the headshot versus headshot duel if Finn is faster on the trigger, and it's been consistent from Finn so far. And that's the way back in for God's Reign. This round could have been the nail in the coffin for that CT side. Instead, it's 3-5, and listen, Flshbck have got enough money to keep buying for a little while, especially if the bomb plants keep coming through, and Osamas 13-5 is really putting the hard yards in. on that mid presence. But if pressure can be put elsewhere on the map, everybody else, you know, we've got 3 frags apiece for Defaulter, Revan, and Clouder. McGill's just got a few decent kills as well, but it's not as if Flshbck are really individually rolling over God's Reign. It's been a few strong takes of middle. There's been a few key frags lost and a lot of nice kills from the side of Osamis. And now FireUp's the one being tasked on this mid aggression. He gets one. He knows that there's one past it, but too many targets to shoot at. Instead, it's got to be a bit more balance here. R2B2 is pushing, but it's back and forth. Bomb is going towards B. Ross is stuck towards shore. He knows he's got to smoke himself out to get a little bit of freedom. It's going to be spammed through that. He tucks in. Osamis takes down his rotating teammate. Barvy's down. But R2 saving his life a little bit. No, the flank takes him out. And Rossi can't readjust. And Flshbck throw a little spatter in the works. And this time, FireUp has got at least the presence of mind to get that one frag. But the one to the left, one to the right just completely befuddles him. And you can't blame him for that. The instant con smoke and rush into B is a great on-the-fly call as well, especially considering the chaos of pushes and utility. To have that serenity and make that call as defaulter right there. And just as I was mentioning, the fact that that clutch could have resuscitated this half, it's going to be the other way around. It's going to be the only shining light in what is otherwise relatively dominant showing from Flshbck on this T side. Not much for Rossi to do here. He knows that there's one in jungle. He could get one through the murder hole if someone's really dumb enough to just slowly walk through here to give their AK away. But even if that's the case, CT is not gonna be a safe space for him. And down he goes. Regardless. So, step by step, God's Reign have let this one get away from them. And they've never really had the position to use the AWP, which was pretty important for them. FireUp had a few key rounds on that previous map with the AWP, but no reason not to feel confident in his rifling either. Again, it's R2 solo while them heavy mid presence here. All this attention just to counter Osama and prevent this from becoming a huge thorn in their sides, and he doesn't get one this time. The spray goes Orion. This should trigger the execute. They've got no positioning anywhere else on the map, but the mid players on the CT side are re-aggressing onto A, trying to go ahead of this U2. It's R2 to try and prevent that CT lockout by going back into triple. He's done this before, he knows, but he's revealing his position. Cloud going through that smoke gets taken down. R2 should know that there's a player here, but he tries to re-aggress instead. He gets one on the Tetris player, gets all the info. The full player is revealed. It's just a matter of frags, and McGill's and Defaulter are so low. No util to kill them, but the bomb is down. Now it's a 1-on-3, and I don't think that Osamis, or Defaulter rather, has got this one in him. He's got 1-on-3s in his catalog already, but this one is just going to be a runaway save. I'm surprised that he doesn't go for this, at least blindly. He's going to probably have buys in the rest of this half. I see no reason not to at least swing and go for a try. It's not as if they were wanting for cash. I mean, as you can see, they're probably going to have money next round anyway. Oh, never mind. It's actually looking a lot worse than I thought. Never mind. Now that Revan's going for that AWP, it's going to be a heavy investment. That's the trade-off that you make. They would have probably had enough money either way without the AWP buy, but with the AWP buy, things look a little bit tight on the coffers. And the immediate smoke into A main while R2B2 is not paying attention at all. This A pop could catch him off guard, but as the push comes out, R2's more worried about the palace aggression, but they're coming out of A main. They're popping up on the Tetris. He gets one. That could be more than he asked for. And the full player is exposed as Barbie peeks in, gets one. FireUp is playing tag team with his teammate, and it's indeed Rossi to get those frags from stairs. 5-7 recovery from God's Reign, making this half look manageable. And it was just a few rounds here and there, but they string two together back to back as the half changes. And that could be the momentum that they need, especially considering that they've looked pretty good in the pistol. And that's the caliber of team that can withstand the Osama's carry now. This is a clear improvement in my eyes from the God's Reign in the past, which have at times looked shaky with this Rossi lineup. They haven't yet put their best foot forward, but I think this is their best foot. You know, not even their map pick, but a map that they've been playing in the past. Molotov is going to be a bit too late, but it actually hits the player, and it should be enough to disrupt them. But Default is playing very messy. Finn takes down Osamis, and Default needed to get one. It's just too messy. The CT's already here, though, and McGills gets two, and Revan gets another one. 1 on 3 for R2B2, but Revan gets that frag. 2 kills apiece. And the instant rotation is enough, as the Molotov just delays for the rotate to come in. And the pistol goes to Flshbck Gaming. Now God's Reign will be feeling a little bit dampened. But the T side is still in play for them. No bomb plants rough though. That means they have to give this one up. At least we don't see the tilt Mac 10 armor buy at 2050. Everybody knows that feeling when you've lost so horribly that you lose the pistol, not anybody getting a kill to afford anything better, and they still just go for Mac 10 armor buy. But hold on a second, what's going on here? I was saying that there weren't any deagle shenanigans, but it's actually the other way around. It's if they had even a P250, that kill goes his way. The Glock is not the weapon for the job. No matter. AK's out. Barbie, 5 and 13 right now. He's had a tough time. A lot of deaths, especially in middle, as he plays crucial positions and gets taken down. There's a lot of jewels going Osama's way. But this time he's got to call the shots. And so what is the plan? Sending R2B2 out mid. There's a player encroaching towards shot. He spots him. He spots him and he gets the trade. At least Rossi is there to get that one. And so Osama's and Connector is there to take up that space instead. And Fired Up going down, trying to clear out A. Clouder gets that straight kill. It's a 3 on 4 now. Hold on, what's going on over here? The A bomb site's cleared. Finn gets the headshot. McGill spots it first, but can't get that frag as Finn just instant. As soon as he sees him. But there's 2 in the underpass. Hold on a second. 2 in the underpass. You won't expect the second one, even if you see the first. But now you've seen them both, and the frags go the way of the CTs, and now it's a round done. Finn, 1 minute to figure out how to die in the most graceful way possible. Saving this feels painful, but it's actually the best possible situation for him. The problem is he's got 40 seconds to find a safe location to save. And Cloud was already pushing, slowly but surely. Looks like nobody's gonna push him here, though, and he gets to keep that AK. It's got enough for you two, so that's no problem for the next buy. In fact, this is going to be the best thing they've got in this next round. Still not like the money's running away for Flshbck. It's if they get fully wiped, it's not going to be pretty buy next round, but these are ifs, buts, and maybes, and there's not been a lot of resistance yet. God's Reign have got to put something more decisive up. This round, it should really all be just setting up Finn for a good clutch and a good closer. You could go for a classic B pop. You could go for a immediate, window con smoke, and then you rush short. You let Finn sort of herd the Tech 9s in. but it's going to be a default spread. Or is that a fast underpass? It's Barbie to tuck in here. He's ahead of all the U2. Gets tagged a little bit, but nothing too disruptive yet. He's also ahead of the smoke, which could embolden him. He hears the jump spotting. Knows that there's a real opportunity for him to catch somebody off guard. But as the time ticks, the smoke fades and it becomes less of a window. Sight hold from McGill's is not going to get caught off guard by this anymore. Did that flash work? Questions to be asked for the demo reviewers. Didn't look like it did. And the fake is coming out as the bomb has been exposed here, though. So there shouldn't be any rota here. They just need to hold that ground. And the AK has already gone down. It's just Tech 9's and Fighter picks it up and doesn't get the frag. He's not got the cohesion in the moment. And so the buy is still back this round. That's not a problem. The problem is they've got a lot of ground to cover and not that much time in which to do it. So it looks like we're going to be seeing map 3. Mostly thanks to Osama's dominating in mid in that first half, and then this half has just been a few limp site takes. But this time it looks like they're trying something different. Fired up, going for that opening pick in a main. Waiting out the flames, gets a nade to the face. Braves it to try and go for a frag. It's Finn on that mid-aggress trying to imitate what Osamas was doing to them. But this is a little bit different. This is going for that fast connector play. Not just patrolling middle, but trying to be that accelerator. And nobody's watching for this at all. He's been so quiet and so silent about this that he's actually got the right idea completely. It's just a matter of when he chooses to peek into jungle. This cat and mouse game, the smoke is coming in. He gets one before it fades. He should have spotted the second player and he gets that flick right side of connector and he spots a third. Could even finish that one off. Finn is watching for it. Smoke is fading on jungle. Fakes to exit by popping a vent. But I don't think that'll deter Finn. He's still here. Clouder gets that frag. Things are getting a little bit dicey. Clouder gets another frag, but R2B2 clears that one out. Oh, no. It's a 2-on-2. McGill's and Clouder. Smoke down to potentially cause chaos. And Finn goes down there. It's R2B2 in the clutch. Versus Clouder, who's been on a tear so far. He gets off the defuse. Why does he do that? There's no reason to get off the defuse. Oh, he's got no kit. Why did he get on the defuse? I am baffled. He had no time from the beginning. What was he doing? And that one is just gifted to him. If he had a kit there, that round is potentially his because the spray was not in the right location. If he had held that, it would have actually just been a full defuse, 5 seconds, but 10 seconds, no way. No, at least because he couldn't have done it in the time he had. Okay, a little bit of a stumble, a little bit of a trip. Flashback, this game is not out of that control yet. Osama is not going to be stopped by that smoke, but he's trying to line up, play of his own Clouder alongside of him, but Clouder gets taken down. Barbie is finally finding success in middle, and the play is actually towards B, though. It's a solo hold. McGill has got a lot on his play, and he's not really focused on the apartments right now. He could just get taken out back to the frag. Or he could just jump up here, but his teammate's now in tow. Neither one of them are actually looking into the apartments properly. And this boost up could just be the death, but nobody's looking the other way either. Osama gets that frag for free. And they should know that there's a second play here if they read this one right. But now the noise makes it clear. Barbie gets a frag onto Revan and they readjust immediately. Tucked in right now. Barbie's in jungle deep while Defaulter's trying to fish him out. But Barbie's not actually looking for this. Barbie's just going to get taken out for free here. And Defaulter in the right position to take this one out. And Osama's is hot on their tail. It's R2B2 now. He's got to get a 1-on-3. And he's got 2 low hold to finish any frag out. And 12-6 reads the scoreline as Flshbck Gaming take this one to a map 3. Just one step left in this journey. Can God's Rain call 6 in a row? It's going to be Glues to the stretch. Or will it be Flshbck showing quite individual dominance and Revan starting as he means to end it. The Ghoul is jumping up, gets one with the FAMAS. That's more than enough as the rotate starts to come in. The bomb's in, but Finn gets one. Lot of damage from the FAMAS. There should be enough. If the rotation is fast, and it should be. Nades in, target, right idea, not quite perfect. Fight up gets one. It's down to Finn now. It's a 1-on-1. Position noted, picks up the upgraded rifle, and he can't get the job done. His defaulter to finish that one on. So as the defuse comes in, Flshbck get that one in. 13-6. And now we're going to map 3. It's a treat, ladies and gentlemen, to get this close of a decider. We're on to ancient, familiar ground for both these teams. It should be a close affair. Brawly in middle, rifles going back and forth. Osamus and Finn clashing it out. Very exciting game, and I'm happy to be bringing it to you. Don't go anywhere. Map 3 of the grand final of Dust2IN Masters is coming up in just a short moment.
stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me.
And we are back with the final map of the grand final, deciding map of Ancient versus between Dust2IN versus Flshbck Gaming. Dust2IN on that CT side after the knife round. But it's going to be an immediate A-pop from Flshbck as the nades come in, flash behind the box, and go McGills to lead the charge. Spots 2 and Donut doesn't get a frag, and Osamas gets one though. Rossi gets that trade. We're into a 3-on-3 immediately as R2B2 pops one from behind the default box. Louder the trade as well, and it's down to Rossi and Finn. Oh, Finn, well done. Left, right, good night. Headshots from behind that default box, and it's not a bad plan from Flshbck to just run into A main. It's not often that you see such a heavy lean. You know, you get mid-centric, you get A-centric or B-centric. It's not often that you get a huge A defense on a pistol. Usually it's just one spotting perhaps. But that being said, Dust2IN 1 foot forward in a potential triumph for them. It's been a close affair back and forth, but every map has been a relative stomp. So maybe a close map is in the affairs for today. As both semifinals were 2-0, not really close affairs at all. But this round should be ending quietly. It was a forced buy down to 0. It's important to note that, because the way that it's been so calm and collected, you would think that this was just the Glock round. But no, they bought down to 0 and instead went for a default peak, which is very, very strange. I'm not sure what the plan was. Flshbck Gaming going for pistols but not having a set play with it. It just strikes me as completely, you know, illogical. Getting one frag, I mean, it's better than nothing. A bomb could go down here. Denying the bomb would have been huge. I'm not sure why they didn't try and deny the bomb. They weren't really in position to do it, but it would have been worth it to rush, because that bomb plant is going to get them a lot of util for that next round. 800 or 600 per player now. That has been nerfed. But still, I think it would have been worth it to rush them down. Nevertheless, it's going to be a buy, and it's still not going to be pretty because they force bought. So actually it doesn't end up mattering at all, because Flshback's economic management was not really optimal in that situation. But nevertheless, run boost, Rossi's blind, but he still gets it done. He's in position to do so. We've seen this happen. We saw Mao's run this system before, but now that they're blind, the Tech 9s are out because the guns ran out of ammo. For Mas puts down the initial damage, and the mid play is completely shut out. And Ancient, I mean, it's all about mid on Ancient. Especially if both teams agree to fight for it. Defaulter gets one, it's labored. He's on literally 3 health, or 5 health rather. Not going to be much else he can play for. He's got the bomb, and he could technically plant on A. If he ran, he could have made it. He's safe from Donut. Nobody could have stopped him, but he doesn't know that. So he's going to go down to Barbie instead. But Barbie's low. The instant Mac-10 headshot could finish the job. If he does it right, but he doesn't do it right. He instead gets caught off guard by the off angle. Barbie mops that one up. 4 alive as well is great for the money to start building up. They can get the AWP out on, fired up. Rossi can drop it over, allow fired up to get all the necessary utility armor and everything. But they don't opt for the AWP, which is interesting. Maybe just waiting out the low buy pistol round and then buy the AWP in the next. You assume that somebody dies. If nobody dies, you just get more bonus round, more money. Mid defense looking good, but nobody better contested. Of course, no utility for the T side to fight with, so you can't expect them to do so. And Fired Up starts us off well with a multi-frag. Lets us know why he wanted the gun instead of the AWP. Just locking down that A main. The bomb is floating around. And I'm interested to see what Flshbck Gaming do differently now that this Ancient, which in the previous series, they dominated Ancient against Starboys. Individually, it was just a wash. Starboys didn't have a clue on their CT side how to fight mid. They just kept getting walled by that smoke, and it wasn't of any consequence to them. Now we're on the other side of the spectrum. Now we get to see Flshbck on their T side. And how they respond when the round is not in their favor. How do they opt to get mid control? Because they need to put up a respectable half, otherwise that CT dominance that we saw in that first series will not even get a chance to start. It's got Drain are 4-0 up. Another buy for Flshbck. Barbie, another run boost. They've been getting real sleazy with these run boosts, and Barbie looking back, his defaulter just gets flashed through and gets that kill. But easily ready for the CT in the smoke behind him. What the hell is that smoke effect right there? Are you seeing this? That looks pretty cool. I got distracted for a second there. Rossi got that kill. And now it's got to be a run into the B-bomb site. R2 stuck behind default, but could be stuck. Or it could be an advantage as he gets that kill onto Cloud who never saw it coming. Molotov does disrupt, and Revan is fighting. But fighting is all that he can do. He's tagged down low, and the gun should not peek into him. Brave peek. It's not rewarded. He's got a minute to save the orb, potentially. I don't think this is going to be a round win. R2 looking to upgrade. And Flshbck still looking to get started on this T side. 3 alive. Looking great for God's Reign. And you could even get a double AWP setup going here, but I don't know who the secondary AWPer would be on God's Reign. Maybe it's Finn, but you'd want Finn on the rifle. He's so good at it. Oh, doesn't go for the second jiggle. Principled man right there. Rossi knows. Don't poke the sleeping bear. Although you'd love to deny this AWP save, because they're not going to have anything next round. And this AWP could be a playmaker. He gets one. 8 seconds. He can't obviously win the round, but that should be the save, because you're going to have to run to get that AWP. And there's no way Revan's going to be keeping it. And R2 picks that one up, as you can tell. So, one AWP in a dream is going to be the play on this T-side round. Tactical timeout to think it through where you're going to flash this AWP into. Probably the most predictable play would be to boost on B, as is oft seen with AWPs, especially solo AWP buys in an otherwise unwinnable round. But they seem to have AKs around this, but it's just AK armor, not really much behind it. So it's not as much of a hero AK as I thought. The lost bonus is building up so much that even though they don't have that much util behind it, they're just all going to have enough to play around out of it. Now, what concerns me is the fact that they only have 2 smokes, so they have plenty of Molotovs. It'll be enough for one play. One B take. And I think that's what we're going to see. Or a mid. As that does seem to be a mid smoke. We'll see if my instinct is correct and that the AWP is going to be what gets boosted up here. Classic play. And he gets the kill rewarded for it. Crosshair in the right position. Knows that there's another player, but he misses the shot. Osamas follows up. So good. Oh, brother. He still gets the kill, but it wasn't pretty. This round is not won yet for Flshbck. That That could have been a lot better. Unfortunately, we caught that one, buddy, but it's okay. Going for this retake. Barbie in tandem with Rossi. Doesn't get the frag, and McGills gets the headshots, and Finn is probably just going to save now. But we can go, you know, we can ignore this comedy of errors round. It was very well shot from Raven. The pre-fire essentially pre-aiming onto that position right there. It's not the prettiest subsequently. Finn's position is revealed. He's kind of lucky to be able to save this. If he does save it, he gets the headshots as well. That's a lot of guns given away for no reason. Flshbck Gaming don't have that much money to be luxuriously giving away rifles like that. Now, neither do God's Reign, but I guess you didn't expect Finn to hit you with those frags. 10-1 is Finn. Some of these frags maybe not the most impactful, but they could have knock-on effects if they decide to start winning even more rounds. And 5-1 up is already very impressive. So you have to consider every round one after this is just adding, you know, the disappointment to the already rough scoreline. But McGill's has got to walk out A. He retreats to throw his U2 and clear out the site, and he does do so. But Donut's going to be the next port of call for the CTs. They've got two hold up in there. McGill's is going to have to fish him out. He's got no more util to stop here. His teammates is going to have to do something for it. K catches Barbie dropping down, and Rossi trades right there. So there's already positioning for a retake. It's a 4v4 situation. The lurk is not been caught out yet. It's actually Finn sort of playing patiently, knows that there's going to be one on the other side of the map. But in the meantime, Fired Up is fallen. The AWP is holding this, but the flash is great from Finn. Repositions and doesn't even worry about the lurk. Who cares about the lurk? The bomb is going down here. Clouder, I mean, he played so slowly. Now his entire team is dead. 40 seconds. He can't make it there in time. He would have to run and get all 3 kills. And I don't think he's got the positioning for it. 30 seconds now, and he's done. Done and dusted, and that's going to be 6-1. That round just sort of collapses as I think Flshbck wanted more from the Clouder lurk. There was, I think Clouder may have indeed himself been saying, you know, stall the play, stall the play. I can catch a CT off guard. They're going to push me, I swear. But while that stalling is going on, God's Reign, a proactive, Finn doesn't hang around. He still goes instead to A, flashes and gets that kill on the AWP, or assists with that flash, rather. And now 2 AKs on an AWP saved over. Economy looking a little bit more stable. So the guns can get dropped and the buy can get constructed. Now, those 2 kills start to look a little bit more impactful. You can see there's Galils instead of AKs. Could have been a different story. The U2 also not fully there. This time they do have enough smokes for a play. And it's Rossi solely tasked with the back forth mid, but there's a boost going on. Fasama is trying to peer over, and if the CTs push forwards, they're going to be caught off guard. But a close crouch under the boost could be the play. Instead, it's a resmoke. We'll see if Rossi could hold this one down. Solo middle, while Barbie sort of dances back and forth between Donut. He peeks in and Osama's not ready for it. He's low and nobody's there for the trade. He's actually allowed to fully walk up. What is that? How has he not got that frag? Rossi's trapped now. But there's no nades on the other side. Revan's got a molly, but he's not here. And he could actually be fished out here with that flash as well. Fantastic team play. Saving a teammate's life, getting a kill as well in return. And now they got no map control. R2 throws that smoke, knows that his teammates fighting. There should be another one. He realizes that's not the guy that killed my teammate. But Clouder gets that frag regardless. Fire's watching for a side play that's not existing. And now his teammates are falling around behind him. What is going on? Clouder just gets 4 kills in the round out of nowhere. And just half a second of miscommunication. A little bit of not paying attention to the scoreboard. Because Clouder was on low health. If he had held the spray while pushing into cave, that round would have just been a write-off. Instead, Flshbck Gaming are afforded another chance into it, and the money isn't good at all for God's Reign. And now an aggressive, I wouldn't say this aggressive play would be well afforded. They've got no weaponry and you're jumping into the weaker guns. It could work out. It could be the right play. But Finn is allowed to do this. He throws a Molotov instead. He retreats. He's allowed the opportunity to leave. And Rossi is still here with full health to defend the bomb site. Finn is 12-2. And this Rossi slow clear towards long. Oh, just a moment of timing. But that should be all the info he needs. Especially once the bomb goes down now. He knows that there's another one here. Revan's so concerned about where the second CT is, he doesn't even worry about Rossi. And Rossi's so loud about this. But this could be the game-winning play from Clouder. Through the smoke. Headshot onto Rossi, but now position revealed. Both players low. One bullet would kill either of them. And Finn just sticks it. He should be safe. Clouder delays. Oh, but he's not got the health to stick this one. And he's got no kit. Finn's got no kit, so what was the 10-second defuse on low health in a vulnerable position? I mean, I guess it's the only way he could have won. If he had a kit, he would have been sticking that one, I'll tell you that. And Flshbck fighting tooth and nail for every round they get. Sort of a reversal of the previous map. Now, can they string even more rounds together is the question that's on everybody's lips. This time, Fastman aggression, McGill straight into Donut with a MAC-10. Nobody's home on the CT side, though, and Fired Up gets a kill with his pistol, and R2B2 follows up on that. They've got a lot of backup here in Jaguar. In the meantime, this solo A-hole has been dismantled by McGill's aggression. And so this 3-on-3 is actually still favoring the T's if they can just get this bomb down. And if they clear this player out, it will indeed. This is just very messy. I don't know what to say. But the job's done. 2-on-3 on the site. R2B2 is barely alive, but he's got a gun. And everybody's armored up, so... Default has got to make a play here. He gets that frag. Finn down. R2B2 was so low, but Default tries to retreat instead of doubling down. And so it's a McGill's clutch asked, and he doesn't have a gun. But Bobby's on full health with armor. And he doesn't even get a chance to fire at Bobby. It's the double peek and the positioning, the spacing. It's just the little details that make this difference. And the AK is picked up. 7-3. As every single time Flshbck try to kind of get control of this half, the momentum shifts the other way because they call some sort of panicked rush. They don't wait it out. They don't sort of play confidently. It's as if they believe they need just a little bit of a gimmick on this T side to win. And they're not wrong, but I feel like the gimmicks are being called at the wrong time instead of at the right time. And God's Reign aren't really giving them anything for free. That's another key detail. It's not been too many pushes. It's not been, you know, forward plays down ramp, for example. It's the closest thing that it's been is, you know, cubby holds in mid and Jaguar pushes on low weaponry, which is pretty standard stuff. FAMAS gets one. FAMAS gets two. More than he should have been. And he even peeks for a third. Clouder caught asleep. Thought that the peek wouldn't come to him, and Bobby shoots Revan in the back because he's so hungry to get that trade, doesn't even realize, and these kills are coming way too easily as the half peters out. Flshbck Gaming have been looking so strong throughout that semi-final, and even in that last map, the individual dominance was there. Now Osamis not giving that output 4 and 10. You can see how this T-side looking very limp without that key player. It's sort of like when Team Spirit has a donk low map. When he doesn't find all the openings. When he's being cancelled out by utility. And you're looking at the rest of the players and you're asking who else is going to give us what we're looking for. Finn playing a headshot angle with an AK against low by around. Maybe would rethink that one. They flashed themselves. Osamis just dies. And Finn not going to see anybody else for a little while. That smoke is going to deter them. Revan trying to walk through mid. It's only a Tech 9. And Rossi is playing pretty passive. 14 and 5, by the way. Rossi and Finn, tag team rifle duo. And this is what I was talking about with the electronic-esque secondary calling and firepower duo. He's got a lot on his plate now, though. 4 Tech 9s just rushing at him. He does get one, and his teammates there to cover the slack. It's fired up to get 3 and close us out on that half. 9-3. And if 8-4 wasn't good enough, 9-3 will be good enough. But the opportunity for Osamis to wake up and start multi-fragging on the CT side is still there. Gifted those armored Julies in this pistol. We'll see whether he can pick up form at a crucial moment, or whether God's Reign will just stomp on them in this final map and retain that title. Be the best team in the region. And this is definitely the best, most cohesive God's Reign have ever looked. That last map didn't look so well put together, but on the maps that they've won, it's been strong team play, it's been spacing, it's been, you know, reps that prove that they've been putting in work. Because it's not like you can just practice spacing, you know? There's no aim map for spacing. It's just playing the game, paying attention to the small details. And that's what's been going on. They've got the bomb plant now. It's a 505. Julies are going to have to peek into it. And Rossi's already started them off. And the pistols get a couple of headshots here and there. Revan doesn't get one. Now it's 3-on-1 and default is too far from it. He's not got anything to do. He's not even got armor. He was the one to drop the pistols in the first place. And Finch holds it. And a jumping pistol doesn't even get the fry. Just a distraction from the inevitable. And a forced by down Flshbck Gaming. It's a little too late. Nobody's fragging at all. Clara had a moment there. That 4K is really padding his otherwise unimpressive stats. Fired up gets Osamis down early. Rossi's trying to clean out B. He gets taken down instead. There's a window of opportunity here. Revan is exploring the possibility, but he's looking at the wrong place. He's going to get caught out left, right, and center now. Unless he gets the instant headshot, and it's not to be. He's fired up. He's doing well and taking care of business right here. Dick down mid. Cloud has got damage advantage, and he's got to accelerate on this, because there's no other way that they could win this round. And he does do it. Finishes what he started. Picks up an AK. Little things that could snowball into bigger things. Fired up is sort of holding the line here, and they know he's here. The question is, can they do anything about it? McGills cleans that up. Now things are getting a little bit dicey. Bomb goes down on B. The CTs are not in a position to deny it. It's R2 and Bave who are in a clutch situation, but they've got the weaker weaponry. It's a MAC-10 that could actually eat up these unarmored players. R2, B2, here's some back and forth, and now it's going to be a 1-on-3, and there's just too many angles to play with. The better weapon was actually on the CT side, because they picked up the weapons that they retrieved. And so it's a little bit of glimmer, you know, on the side of this very, very dark prospect of a comeback. The storm's looming, but they've opened an umbrella. It may not be enough yet, but who knows? What will God's Reign do on this force buy? It's Mac 10s and Tech 9s. One unhelmeted player is McGill's, but the rest of them are ready and waiting for this sort of buy. Molotov misses, jumping Tech 9, or Mac 10 rather, gets the dink and dies. They hear all of this, it's just going to be a little bit of a mixer getting blended up. And the rifles are awake now. Cloud is positive, the first to do so on Flshbck, 14 and 10. He gets a 3k in this round to hold the bomb site. It doesn't look pretty, it doesn't look perfect, I'll say that. But it does win the round. And so step by step, this is a similar story to map 1 where God's Reign had a very dominant half and Flshbck clawed it back a little bit, but then God's Reign finally put the finishing touches. Made it look a little bit, you know, in contention before finishing the job. So we could be in for another one of those, or Osama's could wake up. And he's starting to show a little bit of form here. Barbie on dig, but nothing concerning. Bomb is trapped behind the double doors, and the spray down... Bomb site's actually lost, but they can't do anything with the bomb site being lost because they don't really have anything to play with. And they can't really run the bomb. What he could do is chuck the bomb over, and then could have been a plant there, but making that decision in the heat of the moment would really be just revealing the whole play. And hold on a second, what the hell's going on? Spectating only Osama's, but his teammates are dying all around him. And was he spotted? Does it matter? Because he has escaped the T's, but the T's have escaped him. How careful does Rossi play this? He flashes out. He's aware of the general prospect of Osama's being here. They haven't spotted each other. Osama's instant headshot. Now position noted. Barbie can figure out what the play is. Where is the bomb? Bomb is left in double doors where it was originally. 20 seconds for the bomb to get planted. Osama's can just wait until the digits are punched in and deny. Barbie's got to instead get a 1 dig if he wants to win this round. Playing it very slowly. If he hard reads the position, that could be the play, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. He double glances. It's one of those customary clears. It's a classic. But it was a close round, and it's going to matter because in this comeback, economic woes could be the thing that Flshbck live to regret. Giving away those 1 digs could be a painful reminder of what Counter-Strike's about. It's not just about headshots. It's not just about, you know, you got the better gun than them. You got to make sure not to lose the economic war as well. And this time the mid-fight, Default on Osama is trying to tag team this. But Default is left alone as Osama goes down in the smoke. He gets 1. And as soon as the guns are out again, this could be that final stamp we talked about. Clouder swings in, he gets 1. McGill's also. And just as things were looking good, the reverse effect yet again, as the bomb this time is aggressing. R2B2 not really worried about presence from the CTs, and he should be a little bit more concerned because there was one towards the back line. And now Fired Up has got a lot of ground to cover. Gets the first one. He knows the second one's somewhere back there. And he hears the AWP. That should be all the info, but the damage is going to be too much, and the utility is there to suppress him. So, 7 to 10. As soon as things started looking bad, the round flipped in the favor of Flshbck. Every round instilled a little bit of confidence. Every round builds up the bank of Flshbck. And I mean, a 93 shouldn't be this hard to convert. But But there are individuals on the side of Flshbck who have that prowess, who can peek. Tech9, first instance failure. It was just a solo play. The path in ramp is actually wide open, but they don't know this. And R2B2 has potentially vision. It's just not quite there. It's almost there, and it's maddening to see. But they don't know that ramp is open, and so they just take their sweet time getting mid cleared out. Now R2B2 with the bomb is stuck here. But he doesn't know it. He's not stuck at all. And that window that was previously open is now closed. But they make their own openings. There's another player. Default to, oh no, he whiffs it. He whiffs it, and now he's got more on his tail. The mid presence is not going to be taken up by Revan, and it's the orb that has to take down all these Tech9s at long range. He's not going to get run over. Instead, he runs himself back towards A to plug that hole before it becomes a problem. He's got the right idea. He's there before the play is made. But could there be a trade from the side of God's Reign? They're going for the boost, and the boost is not going to be very useful at all. He's got a gun. The smoke is going to get walked through by a cloud. No doubt about that. And that's going to be what catches R2 off guard. Unless R2 is so cerebral. He had the right idea. He just didn't have the head armor or the health to match it. And so 8-10 reads the scoreline. Flshbck stand the test of the Tech9s. Although it got dicey for a moment there. And now the guns come out yet again. They're taking big hits, but they're coming out alive at the end of it every single time. And so we have to start asking the question of whether it is actually happening. And what are God's Reign going to do? What are they going to pull out of their pocket? Because it's times like these where you start running the boost, where you start running the gimmicks. Where you start putting Finn out mid and saying, come on, individual stars have to dig us out of this mess if the tactics aren't working. Finn and Rossi have been incredible so far. Can they push the final kills onto the scoreboard, or will it be a comeback? We've got Cloud a spotty for you too. He doesn't let go of it, which is a strange thing to do. Not what really would have done it. And that might be the losing decision. He's gonna really hate that. Oh no. Revan has to save this. They don't have the money for this orb if he goes down here, but he's gonna get surrounded if the lurk comes in. He's got 40 seconds to just hide, and this is not the place to do it. The bomb's gonna take care of you, my friend. He's got to get out, and he knows it. He is doomed. Nice shot. They're not going to leave him alone, surely, right? He's going to go down to the bomb anyway if he doesn't make a bit more forward progress. And down he goes. Inevitability makes its appearance. The money, as stated, is terrible for Flshbck. It's been close rounds and they've been clawing it back bit by bit. But that means that once you lose the round, you're left with nothing. There's no comeback bonus. And so 11-8, God's Reign have been, you know, throwing round after round at Flshbck, hoping one of them sticks, and finally, Clouder makes a crucial error. And a well-called round is fired up, his boost set up, but there's a counter boost. Will he predict the counter boost, or will the orb be held in the right location? He predicts it, he swings, and Osamas gets the kill regardless. Swing down, Defaulter gets one with the MP9 before getting traded, and it's now down to McGill's. Osamas, and the whole CT brigade is already here. It's a 4v3. We get weaponry on the CT side, but the positioning on the T side is not quite there yet. They got to figure out where they're going to take this. A is open, but will they make the leap? Or will they wait it out? Fake him out. Oh. Osamas gets antsy, and that could be the nail in the coffin, the final mistake. Putting 12 on the board for God's Reign. In a 3-on-3 with the weaponry clearly favoring the AKs over the MP9s and a little dig. And it's Finn to try and fish this one. You should spot the boost if he goes a little bit further. But they seem to know that he's here, but he still gets the frag. I think the head is barely visible. Let me see. Yes. Okay, well, now it's visible. The Emperor's got no clothes on. Double frag. Look at that. And it's going to be a real depressing last stand for Flshbck. After all they did to try and win all these rounds, you know, they started with 3. They had to win so many to get to 8. And now there's MP9s on the board. Fighting against the inevitable. And there's got to be a push that tries to change the tides. That's Osama's getting 1. He's trying to get that AK, but no, it's not going to be as easy. Defaulter gets 1. Osama's accelerating, picks up the gun. Actually, just Moldo's first for safety's sake. And he's taking matters into his own hands. It's not over until the round, say, 13. And it's a 4-on-2 now, but R2B2 is not going to give up either. And it's fired up in R2B2 in this 2-on-4. Now 1-on-3 for fired up. He's got the bomb. He could make his way if he's cognizant of the fact that there's a presence on the side, but I don't think he is, and off he goes. He had a chance, but Defaulter doesn't fumble it so terribly, and he gets that frag. And so 9-12, all picked up. CT's now got guns. Things looking a little bit comfortable. Without this round, this could be a real down-to-the-wire situation because the money isn't perfect for GodsRain either. If they lose this, it's going to be a low buy. We could see an 11-12 final stand. Nate sets out in middle. Osama's concussed a little bit, but he's there and he's standing with his double mid setup. His default is tasked with it. Osama's, peering at the edge of the smoke. There's a player in there. But does he know it? He's sneaking in and out, back and forth. He's got the right idea. He double takes it. And Bavi goes down. You can't blame Bavi for trying to just sneak that one through. So many times that works, but Fired Up's got the right idea. Revan gifted an orb in the previous round due to Fired Up dropping it, but Fired Up getting the better of him. And Defaulter now is alone, flashed out. He manages to just barely escape. What is going on? Clouder gets 1. He gets taken out as Defaulter as well. And things are collapsing. It's Osama. He has to make a hero play, and he can't do it. And it's GodsRain to take that one down. Hectic down to the wire. 9-13 Flshbck. Good effort. Really testing GodsRain. Making comeback attempts, but every single time GodsRain find the solution. Testament to the team that's been together for a little while, the core at least. Commiserations to Flshbck as well. Osama's strong maps, but when it came down to it, the individual attack, the individual firepower couldn't take over the game. And so, once again, another time that GodsRain triumph. They're your champions right here. And my personal MVP right there is probably Finn, but shout out to Rossi on that final map finding impact. And so this brings an end to yet another Dust2IN Masters. I've been your host, commentator, observer, analyst, man shouting the nice words and showing you the entire broadcast right here. backpackbrain, I'm happy to be bringing you the attention. A nice close game to close out the series right here. And so, thank you for watching. Thank you for bringing the love to the Indian Counter-Strike as well. We continue building on. This is some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen GodsRain play as well, and I hope they can continue building. And I hope, you know, maybe it's this season, maybe it's next season. We'll see them play in these RMR qualifiers. We'll see them continue to build, and we'll see other teams in the region as well continue to build up talent, continue to build up that regional presence that we want to know and love from the Indian and South Asian general Counter-Strike region. And that's it. That's all I've got. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time around for another round of this.